Going. So, where we're up to, this is a recap of where we got to after the last dev stream, whenever that was, I can't actually remember. But we are trying to get, in fact, if I bring up a sprite, it's probably easier. We're trying to get this plunk sprite to take up a lot less space, because that'll be a great saving. So what I've been doing in the last stream, and a little bit offline, is adding the ability to render sprites flipped horizontally and vertically. So that means that this sprite sheet ends up being half the size, which saves us quite a chunk of memory, which is very nice. But that's not quite finished yet. There's still some code I need to do to finish that off. And I also need to update Blender, because these are 3D sprites, they're exported from Blender. And yeah, Blender needs to know we don't need those frames anymore. So that's going to be the first thing I'm going to do right now. And where's Blender gone? There it is. Oh, but we haven't switched to it. There we go. Here's our wall sentry. Okay, this is pretty AAA stuff. Good heavens, it's Jabu. Hello there, how are you doing? Oh, we're going to get another censored clip, aren't we? Let's see. You're having a day off today. Sort of. That's kind of the weird thing about working for yourself and occasionally for clients. The concept of days off are, for goodness sake. One day, Jabu, the random choice will be a clip that it can actually play. Bless it. I am indeed self-employed, so yes, the days on and the days off are quite blurry. But yes, as it happens, I spend some days of the week working for a client, but they don't need me today, so that's quite handy. I thought I'd do a little bit of stream and play with some space cats. Given that I do that most evenings anyway, I thought it'd be nice to carry on doing it on the stream. So, oh hello there, Beam as well. God, this is very strange. I'm entirely puzzled by people turning up when I first start streaming. Normally I sit here talking to myself for 90 minutes before anyone comes in. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing now. An audience? So yes, I don't know if anybody caught the intro, but I mean, Jabber, I think you were here for the last stream anyway, so I'm continuing the process of trying to get Spacecat to fit under 4 meg. Twitch is my daytime radio, yeah. I'd noticed a few people do that, yeah. But radio is interesting, so you're not necessarily watching. It's kind of fun. In which case I'm sort of tempted to... Oh, you're doing the same thing, Joe. In which case I'm tempted to just make up descriptions of what I'm looking at. You fixed the padding on the chat bar. Oh, was it broken before? I didn't even notice. Oh, you mean... Oh, yeah, because it used to overlap the bottom, I think, or maybe the top. I think I do... That was a while ago, but yeah, no, I do remember it having that bug. Oh, well. Anyway... What am I doing? I'm looking at this guy today, which you can't see because I'm just describing it. This is the turret sprite in Blender, which I'm getting rid of half of its animation frames because we don't need them, because I've added code to render sprites flipped horizontally and vertically, which means that we no longer need half the anim frames. It was popping out the right. Oh, I don't even remember that, but fair enough. Apparently it's fine now, which I'll take credit for. What am I doing? I am looking at these animation frames. Look at this advanced AAA animation going on here. It's amazing what you can get away with when you then squish the sprite down to a 32 pixel image. And then the mouth closes like that, and then we go from the other direction. In fact, I should be looking at this from above. Here we go. So that's the downward facing animation. And then, there. We don't need that animation anymore. And we don't need that animation either. So, all of those frames can get. In fact, do you know what? We don't even need to delete the frames. We just need to tell Blender not to export them. That solves that problem. Well, now that was a quick fix. Okay. Oh, God, it's been ages since I last exported a sprite. I can't remember how. Okay, looks like it's got the folder in there. Pings, no alpha. That's probably fine now. And then I believe it's Command F12 to export the animation. It is. It's going to slowly work its way through the frames. Plonk, plonk. Alright, but that's doing the right thing, which is good. And then I'm going to tidy up that export folder. Game art. Actually, where is that exporting to? Art color. I can't remember why there's an art color folder. There was a reason at some point. I've long since forgotten. Sprites Sentry. Sentry. Some lovely frames. And I can just delete all of those, knowing they will never reappear again. Okay. So, code. Because now we want to see the script. Where is it? Art color, do art. Sure. There we go. Now, there's a sentry in here somewhere. There he is. Okay, so that is just going to get all the files in the folder and stick them 8 wide into Sentry Foam, so I don't need to change that. I don't need to change anything here. Okay, well, let's just run that and see what happens. Arc color, I think. Oh, hang on, or was it just arc? Is that the script one? It is not. It's an art color. Do art. There it is. Do art. Give that a run. And then with a bit of luck, we should have. Is he a cat? Is he a dev? He's both. Hello there, Ella, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just saying to the other guys, I'm very confused. Normally when I do dev streams, I'm lucky if anybody comes in. And I've had 3 people in the first 10 minutes today. Thrown me completely. Doing fine. Glad to hear it. What am I doing? I'm doing that, and then I want to blow it up. Yeah, my 3. I'm hitting the big time now. Woo! You know, because obviously that's always been my intention, was to hit the big time doing DOS shareware development on Twitch. You're a dev as well. Yeah, cool. Always good to see how others do and learn. Yeah, I think everybody is. I mean, it goes without saying with the retro people that we're all big nerds, but I think this lot are all coder nerds, the worst kind as well. What am I doing? I'm looking at this file. Okay, there we go. You can't see this file, but you'll just have to take my word for it that it's correct. So that's good, isn't it? Right. And then I want to go, where am I again? I'm in art color on. These folders are a bit of a mess. That's another aspect of it being a jam game. It's all a bit of a mess getting things together. I should probably tidy it up, but we'll do that later because I want to, I don't have a batch file for that. Okay, I guess I'm running Python directly. Pack.run, packlist.text, and should like the output to go pack.pack. That was awfully quick. Good. And then I need to copy that into the right folder. That also should be done automatically, and I don't know why it isn't. If I made it a batch file, it would be. Let's write a batch file. Instead of saying it, let's just get it done. Oh, thanks, TextMate. I did want that to be a new tab. There we go. Can I remember how to write script files? I think so. One dash. That looks right. It's gone a different colour. It must be red. Paper 3. Back to recovery. Backlist text. Back to pack. So this, in case anybody has no idea, is I wrote a little script that just packs all of the different assets into a big blob, and it processes them as well and takes out things like the PCX image files, headers, and the palettes, stuff that we don't need. So it makes everything a little bit smaller, which is definitely the focus today. Getting everything smaller. Right, so we're going to do that now. Really, we should really check for an error code. But I'm feeling lazy, so let's not do that. Let's just assume it's fine. Where does this need to go? It needs to go into, I think, from here, res. No, it needs to go into build, doesn't it? DOS game, build, yes. So that is up one, build, res. Done. I should like to save that to art color? No, art. Back.ship. Very clever, TextMate. You've automatically made it executable for me. So you claim. Is this okay? The terminal's gone out of date for some reason. Thanks, OBS. Shall I tell you again where the terminal is? It's that one. No, it's not. That's TextMate. That's the one. There we go. Okay. And it didn't give me any errors, so I'm assuming it copied the file. Back to here, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Back to there. So, what else do we need to do? The file's updated. The code is mostly updated. Let's just make sure we haven't broken anything. That's probably a good idea. Back to here again. I don't need to rebuild, but I will. Breaking things, yes. Breaking things, but it's gone out of date again. OBS, you are doing my nutting today. The window hasn't closed. I don't know why you keep losing the terminal. It's there. Weird. Is it when I change tab? Is that... Oh, I bet that renames it. Yeah, it's in the title bar. When I change tab, the title of the window changes, and on Mac that means OBS will lose it. Brilliant. Okay. Guess we'll have to go with one tab for now. How is your asset blob indexed? Does it have a header or do you generate C code? There's a good question. Let's go over here. I'll show you. If I can find PackPy. PackPy. What have I put PackPy? Not in there. Not in there. There it is. Oink. So, somewhere, there's the main. Oh, it's when we register the asset, which is up there. So, yes, there's an index in short for, I didn't really need to show you the code, but yes, there is a contents at the beginning, which is just a list of IDs and offsets into the file. All of the IDs use this rather nice little library I found called MMH3, which stands for something. I totally can't remember, but it's just a really simple hash function that hashes down to a 32-bit value, which is definitely all I need for this. It hashes strings down to a 32-bit value. So that means in the code, when I find some code. Let's have a look at the game. Oink. In here somewhere, maybe the game wasn't the best example. Let's instead look at the... What about the dialogue? That's going to load images. Oh, there's an example there. That's loading some music. So I can continue to refer in game to files as if they were on the file system. But then this res macro is actually in the background using that same hash library to turn it into an int, essentially, an unsigned int. Which then looks that up in the file, finds the offset, and then loads that data. Anyway, back to here again. Is this going to work if I just run it from here? I mean, is OBS just going to work? Where did you see that? That rings a bell, Jabber. I've just seen that. Was that in the PackPi? It is, yeah. I needed a what do you call it? A seed. And yeah, that was the first thing I thought of. Interesting. I was trying to remember any of them that I could fit, like they used to do with that pesky cat. Sorry, I've been put off by Dora being naughty again. If you try climbing up here, there is going to be trouble, furry cat. There is. She's walking all over my other computer desk because she knows she's not allowed up there, and I'm busy over here. Aren't you, you little monster? Anyway. But yes, I was trying to remember all the other ones you used to do on calculators when we were at school, like Shell Oil and all the other ones, except they were upside down, really. They're not quite the same thing. Anyway, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Back to here again. If I run this, will it go through? Will OBS pick it up? Hey! 1 minute. Get off there instead. Down, thank you. Oh, we're a pesky girl. Here we go. Right. Oh, that's sad. Oh, it hasn't switched over automatically. I thought it would. DOSBox X. DOSBox X is that one, I think. There we go. Oh. Is that right? It is. With a weird grey border at the top, but fine. Right. Skip that. Skip, skip. Hello. Oh, I should turn the music off because it's going to... It's already playing music. Back. What have I just tested? The turret. Okay, yes, I want to just make sure that I haven't broken that. Some things with the turret are not finished yet. So there will be some things that are broken, but I just want to see that it's not more broken than it was yesterday. Okay, they're both facing the right way, but you will notice the one on the right there flips at that point. That's because he's clipped, which is a different rendering path to that. So I've not added the flip code to clipped sprites yet. But they both seem to be pointing the right way. Where's that guy gone? Go away. And then here's some horizontal ones, which you can see are doing exactly the same thing. They are pointing the right way there. But as soon as they're clipped at the edge of the screen, they point the wrong way. But point is, it's no more broken than it was before I changed that data in Blender, so that's good. That's just Blender being up to date. Back to there. Alright, that's happened. I've just done that. Plunk. Fix up flip rendering for clipped sprites. That is quite hard to say. Fix up flip rendering for clipped sprites. Oh yeah, probably worth commenting Blitter too. That's something I noticed adding the flipped rendering already, is I was reading a lot of that code and going, why are we dividing that value by 4? I know there must be a reason, but I can't remember why. And so yeah, I could do with writing some comments to explain what's going on in that code, so that I don't have to remind myself every single time. Let's have a look at that code. Doink. Here we go. Looks much messier because it gets word wrapped, but anyway. So, when we come to so that's the normal one. That's the unclipped sprite version. Oh yeah, there we go. I already added that comment because this bit puzzled me entirely. Like, why have we got a completely different path if the width is more than 4 words? And yes, it's because so we can operate it operate at an int at a time, rather than a byte at a time, which is what we have to do down here. And this has no support, so small sprites can't be flipped. I don't massively care about that because the only sprite we have that's small enough to require this code path is. Let me find a sprite again. Open. Debris. It's wow, that is tiny. Switch that over to a sprite. That's the only tiny sprite we've got, which is the tiny little screws that come out when you explode a baddie. And these are so small, they take up so little memory that we would get very little saving out of trying to flip them. I mean, that entire image is 64 by 40, which is, what is that? Yeah, that's like 2.5K. So yeah, I'm not too fussed about making that any smaller. Excuse me. Right, back to the text. So yeah, I'm going to ignore that for now. Which means we need to come down to real, draw, clipped, prepare. I really hate the names of these functions, but they are kind of correct. Because the client code, like the game state code, will say draw this sprite, but the engine doesn't actually draw it at that point. It adds it to a queue to draw it later because it's more efficient. And then these functions are called when it's processing that queue, which is why they're called real draw, which is a little bit odd. But yes, and there's also a preparation and then a draw. So real draw clipped prepare is when we do the real preparation of the draw of a clipped sprite. What a lot of words. To do, add flip support. Yes, that's me right now. So I need to work out how this code works, because another thing I need to do in here while I'm furtling through this particular function is I need to fix. There's a very subtle bug which I actually shipped with because I couldn't figure out how to fix it in the time I had for the jam, which is the left hand clips slightly too much. You can actually see if I run the game, you're going to appear. You are not. Thanks, OBS. Do it myself. Shall I do it myself, OBS? Oh, that's also in the wrong place. Oh wow, that looks even worse. DOSBox. Plunk. There we go, that looks better. Skip that last frame. So if we just go into the game here. Skip. That out. And then if I go, what's the easiest way of dealing with this? Get rid of him. And then if I go over here, you watch, there we go. You see that? You can just see that on the stream. The left-hand edge of that turret at the left there is cut off slightly too much. And it's, yeah, because the first 4 bytes are not being rendered correctly. So I need to fix that while I'm here. Naming is the hardest part of being a dev. No, it genuinely is. I feel like, you know, we all complain that we spend too much time in meetings, but the time that I've spent talking to other coders that I didn't think was a waste of time, 90% of that has got to be deciding what to call something. It is such a difficult problem. Anyway, thanks OBS. That's it's worked well. There we go. Right, so I need to try and get back into the headspace of everything being in planes and talking about words. There's lots of talk of words, you'll notice in this code. What does any of this do? So we're being passed a sprite. That essentially is an image that we're writing to. I think we'll find that somewhere down here. Yes, there we go. That's where we're actually doing the pixel write. Very long. Well, the function's not that long, but it's that long when the font's this big. Where's it gone? Real droplet. And then that's where we're rendering it to. That's the particular animation and frame that we want to render. So that's fairly straightforward. Oh yeah, I should probably explain as well. Do I have a screenshot of the game? I might do. Just saves me having to load it up. Desktop, maybe? Have I dumped something on the desktop? There's a folder called Space Cats Guff. That sounds good. It's got all the Space Cats guff in it. Oh yeah, that'll do. That's one of the screenshots from Itch. So if I drag that over to Aseprite, do I want to load it as an animation? No. Thanks for helping though. Aseprite on OBS. Doink. There we go. So this is a screenshot of a level that never actually got shipped, actually. It's that early in the gen. But it's... What I wanted to talk about was, I don't know if anybody has sort of any experience with sort of game coding on these sort of lower end machines. Because one of the things that I was sort of one of the initial problems that I had to solve, like right at the beginning with Space Cats, was, you know, with having not written any DOS code for 30 years. What I'd learned 30 years ago when I was a kid, and I don't remember, but I assume when I was learning this stuff, I think we must have had a 486 PC by that point. Because I don't remember ever seeing like significant, obvious performance problems in the silly little games that I knocked up then. And if I was using a 38625, I definitely would have seen problems, because I saw problems when I came to make Space Cats. And specifically, the thing that I had to relearn, or had to learn for the first time, in fact, was the way that you get a sprite onto a background. So when I'd learned when I was a kid, when I was using mode 13, which is much more straightforward way of rendering, you would just take your image, like here, of your ship, and you just essentially had a for loop that went through every single pixel and said, is the pixel black? Well, if it is, then we won't draw anything. What about the next pixel? This pixel's not black. Okay, we'll draw that pixel here. Right? And it turns out that's a really horrible way of rendering, because it's extremely slow to have to go through every single pixel to decide whether you're going to draw it or not. Because obviously you're branching to do that. It sort of wrecks the cache, and you know, you've got a whole bunch of other things going on. Most importantly though, as the 386 is concerned, you can't use, I believe it's repstos is the name of the machine code instruction, which is your fastest way of copying data, which you want to be able to do. You want to be able to use that just because you get an enormous speed up from it. But if you're going to use repstos, you can't do this transparency test per pixel. You've just got to draw it. You can't care about transparency. And so I had to learn this stuff. I was like, well, so how do you actually do transparency then, if you can't afford to go through pixel by pixel? And so you have this slightly strange process where you grab a picture of the background first, and you have that in memory. You have a mask for the sprite frame as well as the actual sprite frame, which you then use to mask, to take a copy which you mask of the background with the sprite, and then you take the masked final composite image and you write that back into the screen, which seems mad and wholly over the top. Like, it seems like that has to be slower, but it turns out, because you're using memcopy all the way through, which ends up being repstos underneath, it turns out that is actually faster than just going through each pixel individually going, should we draw this one or not? So that's another part of what complicates this code here, because we aren't just drawing this image onto the screen. We have that combined. That's ultimately what is going to be drawn to the screen. So the combined image is the background that's already there on the screen plus the masked sprite. Really interesting. I don't know if I explained it very well, but thank you. So I mean, so you can vaguely see that. Actually, if I come down here, I think this is largely, yeah, that's interesting. So these are obviously all issues that were coming up towards the end of the jam. I was seeing it trying to draw sprites that were actually 0 pixels high or wide. And I've had to put guards in to prevent that happening, which is interesting because this code shouldn't be being called if the sprite is that far off the screen. So evidently there's something else going on there. Oh wow, there's even more stuff here. You know it gets serious when you've got warning written in capital letters. Writing beyond video memory, yeah, that's going to be a problem. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw any of these output into the log. So they may be left over. They may have all been fixed, the issues that they relate to. But yeah, good to know. Anyway, going back to what I was saying about how the rendering works, you can see there's the first stage of it there. We do a read region where we actually go, okay, what pixels are already on the screen at the point that we intend to draw this sprite? And we pull those off into main memory. And then we work out what sprite we actually want to draw. Because obviously the sprite itself is... where's a sprite gone? Boink. A sprite. I have to switch that manually in OBS. I mean, this is the sentry rather than the player, but we have to work out precisely what offset within this image we want to draw. So that's what was going on in TextMate there. To do possibly, we're combining the entire sprite. Oh, I see. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a fair point. Well put, me. Which is, so let's go back to A sprite again. The way the masking works, it's simplest if, in fact, this is another, wow, I hadn't even considered that. We're going to save twice as much memory as I thought when we get rid of half of these frames. That's interesting. Sorry, I've interrupted my own train of thought. So this is a whole sprite sheet for the Sentry, obviously. When I'm talking about making a mask of this sprite, the mask is this size as well. We don't mask an individual sprite, because obviously they're different and we don't want to have to calculate them at runtime. We mask the entire thing, and then that has to sit in memory. So I'd actually forgotten about that. It means every sprite sheet takes up twice as much memory, because there's a mask version as well, which doesn't need to be 8-bit, but it makes the code faster if it is. Because obviously it could be 1-bit, but then we'd have to essentially convert it to 8-bit every time we wanted to do the render, and that would be horribly slow. Well, it's not that it would be horribly slow, it would cost more than 0. And on a 386, anything that costs more than 0 that we don't definitely need has to go. So, okay, back to the code. Back to the code. So yes, that's what that comment means. We're combining the entire sprite even though we're only rendering a portion of it. Mysterious ellipsis, but that means I don't have a sensible solution to this problem. Which, yeah, I don't. So we'll ignore that. And then this is the actual rendering happening here. We're taking the image pointer, which is the sprite, the background image that's been pulled off the screen, the sprite mask as well, and we're taking all three of them and going through and combining them together into combine. In fact, you can see the masking happening there. And then once all that's done, then we take that combined image and we stick that on the screen. Okay, so our issues are there's no clipping and one of these calculations is wrong. That's interesting. What's that about? That's making the compiler shut up about me not using it. So, what is it for? Oh, well, I was printing it out at one point. Okay. Well, in which case that can go. Because we ain't printing it out now. Okay. So we need to have a think about how flipping is going to work with a clipped sprite. I don't mean clipping, I mean flipping. I'm getting myself confused. What did I say? I think I said we need to work out how to do flipping with a clipped sprite. That's what I meant, anyway. Where is my flipping? Yeah, flipping code. I'm going to keep on saying clipping and flipping the wrong way around all morning. Right. Oh, here we go. Ports. That's 12. Must remember to feed the cat in half an hour. I'm sure you'll remind me though, won't you? Yes. I got a little squeak for that. It's not lunchtime yet. Carpet shark. Right. Okay, so yes, this is calculating how much we advance through the sprite image based on whether we flip horizontally or not, and then actually flip vertically on top. We also, if I remember rightly, we're changing the... Yes, there it is. Is it that one? I thought it was that. Oh, I see. Source Y, right. Yes, and source Y is calculated here. So that's calculating an offset for where we start the rendering from if the flip's vertical. So we need to do the same for the clip version. And then we should also... Oh, and then the offset for the horizontal flip is here. Yes, I remember, because the mask... Not the mask. The... Where else does image offset get used? It gets used somewhere else, I can't remember. Oh, that pesky cat. I'm just going to ignore the fact that you're sitting where you shouldn't be. Because you're only doing it for attention. Life with a cat. Right. I feel like the vertical flip is probably simpler to begin with, because I think this is going to be... I think this is going to be a big faff, to be honest, fitting this into the clipped sprites, because rendering clipped sprites at all is fairly faff-tacular. It's why there's a bug in there that I never fixed. And so I think adding flips is going to make it even more involved. And it strikes me, if we do the vertical flip first, we don't need to deal with the planes. So the vertical flip should be simpler. Let's do that then. Start with one of them. Draw, clip, prepare. Yep, skip all of this nonsense. Right. Thanks, TextMate. So, putting a flip there, we've got that. And we're going to change image offset, aren't we? So much code. Okay, so we don't actually need to do either of those yet. That only matters for the horizontal flip. That is interesting now. Let's cut and paste those just so we can compare them. We probably ought to be using line shift, yes. I should probably check if we can. Little hidden multiply in there. Do you know what? I think I might do that before we carry on, because I don't like the fact there's a multiply there, and I don't want to cut and paste it. I don't want the multiplies to multiply, you might say. So anyway, okay, so we should be able to just shift this value instead. Okay. If line shift is the value that I think it is.
And I wanted to pick a song that was exactly perfect. A song that let me say thank you. A song that looked back retrospectively.
Bless him. I think we all should be impressed that he managed to get through his whole retirement party without throwing a chair at anyone. Well done, Steve. Well done. Image data. Line shift, I think. That's right, isn't it? With that, I have to get back to working. Boo, sad. Fair enough. Well, thank you for dropping by. Have fun at work if possible. At least, you know, don't go insane. See you later. Right. I think that's going to do the right thing. Let's check. Oh, I might get a complaint because of that unused bool later on. Am I? Maybe. Ooh. That's a different unused variable. What? I am the confused. What? Oh my. Oh yeah, I think I'm totally misreading that code. Now I'll come to look at it again. Source y times the image width in words divided by 4. I don't think we can use line shift. I think that was just wrong. Okay, fine. Now that I actually look at that properly, let's get rid of that again. Let's get rid of that. And let's go back to cutting and pasting it. Somewhere down here in this sea of words. Oh, here we are. Now, let's just have a quick compare. Source y. Oh, it is the same. That's a good sign. Okay. You don't have to do anything too silly there. So we've got a multiply. I don't like the fact there's a multiply there, but it does seem like we need to do it. Fair enough. Okay, so what are we now doing? We're now offsetting where we start rendering the sprite from by nearly a frame height. So we're starting from the bottom of the frame rather than the top is the idea. And then, yeah, we're going to be decrementing those two values instead of incrementing them. I think that's all we need to do. Where's this code gone? There it is. Oh no, we're not. We only need to do that if it's horizontal. So, do we... I feel like I've forgotten something here. Where else do we use bit30? Offset the initial image offset. Is that it? Have we gone... That seems wrong to me, so... Stride is if it's split vert. That would not be true. Oh, I see. We need to negate the stride. Yes, of course. That's how we do it. Okay. So cut and paste this and then significant modification then, because we're not doing horizontal yet. Is there talk of stride? There it is. But if flip vert, then that. Okay. Does that look about right? That's right. Nice quit words. Yeah, it is the same. Okay, that's cool. All right. Well, in which case, because we're not currently reading this value, we can leave it in. Be safe. You can go away. That ought to give us vertically clipped sprites. We're adding the stride there, which in fact will be a negation, or will be a subtraction, beg your pardon, which is correct. All right. Curses. Image 492. Did you mean render? I didn't mean capital R render item. That would be silly, but thank you for the suggestion. It's the flags that are passed through. Oh, of course, because this is the old signature where we pass through all the values individually. As is that one. That one doesn't matter. I think I updated this. I did. Just passes the render item directly because that makes much more sense. Because that contains at least those. Does it contain the combined as well? No. Hang on, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Render item. It's not in the header because nobody else needs it. It's up here. It does contain the combined. Okay. We can just chuck the render item in there. Okay. And then we will need to pull the various components back out again, which is happening here. What's going on? Oh, I think we've got one already. Yeah. I mean, that's basically happening, so we can get rid of that as well. And then the call, when we're actually going through the render list. We'll click prepare star item. Done. Okie dokie. Hello, Tim. Welcome in. How are you doing? What a very adorable dancing cat. Do like that emoji. Oh my. There's a bunch of stuff I've not pulled out of that render item, isn't there? Oh, hang on. Screen X. Is that even in the render item? Have I just deleted some parameters that I actually need? Screen X. Is that in the render item? No, I think the render item is going to contain that. Yeah, it does look. Must be other changes I made to the other prepare function that I've forgotten about. All right, fine. Render item, screen X. Screen X again. Screen Y. Oh, there's quite a few of these. Did I not pull screen X and screen Y out in this other function? No, I didn't for some reason. I guess because I'm not using it as often here. Okay, we're pulling it out here though. Once I remember what type it is, presumably an unsigned int. No, it's an int. Good you were checked. Oh, but then again, it doesn't matter. Thank heavens for C++'s auto. Lazy people like me. Driving screen. And then we can just put that back. How it was. I'm surprised nobody has pointed out yet that in my stream about doing game dev on DOS and shareware and all of that sort of talk, no one has pointed out that the background music is from the Amiga. But yeah, clearly people are not as polarized as I assumed. Because the Amiga did do better music, to be fair. Well, for a lot of time. Up until the PC was powerful enough to play mods anyway. But you know, thanks to the Amiga for inventing mods in the first place, I suppose. Right, screen Y. Screen Y again. I think we're done. Are we happy now? It's not lunchtime yet. I look to the right and there's a little furry face staring at me. It isn't lunchtime yet, Dora. 15 minutes. Be a good girl. Oh, more errors. Assignment of read-only reference. Whoops. Ooh. Okay, so I'm modifying the value. Oh, that was so that was a parameter that was passed in and then I was modifying it. Crikey, this is jam code. Okay. Well, I guess we're not doing that anymore. I guess we're taking a copy of it. How are we doing? Yeah, we're changing screen Y as well. By crikey. Okay, what else have we got? Screen Y. Anim was not declared in the scope. Did I mean the class? No, of course I didn't. Is that from the render item again? It is. As is the frame now. And it's lane 498. Let's give it another go. Bonk. Okay, at least it built this time. That flashed up there briefly, so I think OBS is going to pick this up automatically. Or not. No, it's going to show that weird out-of-date image. Cheers, OBS. I'll tell you where DOSBox is again, shall I? Freeze frame on the end of that FMV. Continue game. Blah, 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 blah. Now, what have we changed? We've allegedly added vertical flips to clipped sprite rendering. So we're only going to see that with the guys that are facing to... No, we're not. We're going to see it with this guy in front of us. So that one looks fine, but that's because he's not flipped. This next guy, yeah, that looked correct to me. That's fine, but that's not clipped, but is flipped. That is flipped and clipped and works fine. Check on the other side as well. Go away. There we go. Get rid of you. Yeah, that's that bug again, but we'll have to fix that separately. Okay, looks like the flipping is working now, which is nice. Expecting that to be a bit more painful, to be honest. So much so that I'm going to commit that. Because there will be pain. There's always pain. I'm just waiting for it. But this is hopefully gonna help save some, like when the pain comes later on, I'll know it wasn't this code, because this code's fine. So, what's the commit comment for this? Flipped sprite reflip support. Done. Okay. So now we need to do the horizontal flip, which means we need to start talking about planes and we need to start talking about words, which is moderately terrifying because I can't remember. Well, I can vaguely remember how it works, but we'll have to relearn a lot here. Okay, so the other stuff that we were doing is grabbing hold of the flag. Don't need to cut and paste that, that's pretty straightforward. We've already cut and pasted that. So that's the stride, that's going to be the same. Do you know what, maybe it's not that involved. Maybe it does remain the same with the clipped sprite. Okay, I guess we'll find out when we do more copy and pasting. So we need that one, and we need to decrement the pointers as well. I think that's it. Reports. Yep. Yep. Got that bit. Got that bit. Oh, of course, image plane. We need to swap the image planes around as well. Oh, heck, and we also need to swap the ints round. Yes. Yeah, this is a bit more fiddly. Okay. Well, one at a time. Scroll. That's the errors that probably don't happen anymore. Probably. Stride. Where am I even putting this? I can't remember. What is it? Image plane? No. Not here then. Here. After combined, but before... Oh, I tell you something else. This for loop is backwards. In the name of efficiency that actually didn't matter at this point. Oh, spam. I always love some spam. Go away, spam. Thank you. Okay. In which case, let's do that first. Let's just make that sensible. Because I think that's what we ended up doing up the top. Yes, we did. No, that's the same code. There it is. Yes, the loop does go forwards rather than backwards, and then we just do P as the index. All right. Fine. Because you get, where am I looking? You get a very slight performance boost because you generate slightly less assembly if you do the loop backwards. But yeah, it's not. It makes the code unnecessarily involved, and we end up having to do these mathematical operations anyway, and so it's sort of 6 and 2 3s really. So I'm going to throw it away because it also makes this change slightly simpler. Do I still have it in the clipboard? Yes, I do. So I think both the mask and the image should use image plane rather than P. Everything else remains the same. Okay. Back up again. Then we want to set both mask and image if we're flipping. Count. What's count? Oh, okay, that's just measuring the row width. Put it underneath that. No, fair enough. Okay, and then we do this funkiness with essentially swapping the endianness of the ints so that we swap all 4 pixels. We flip the 4 pixels. That. No, it should be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine right now until I come to fix the bug with the clipping. Then we'll have to start getting hideous. But we don't need that yet. So There it is. If. Need that more. And then I think there was one other thing, wasn't there? There it is. Yes, decrementing the pointers instead of incrementing them. Which, oh yeah, there it is. Mask and image. Get rid of those two. Replace it with that. Everything? I think that's everything. Yep. Oh. Well, that's not true anymore, is it? Not correct anymore. Got over the ports. I mean, technically, I should make those bit flags, because you can flip both, but I don't have any use for it currently. So it's currently fine. I'll maybe do that later. Build! Build, build, build! 5 minutes till lunchtime, pussycat. Toy. Image value line 5434. 534. Oh. That was silly. Wait. What? I missed something here. What is that about? I'm looking at the wrong code there. Silly me. That's the code I wanted. Okay, so oh right, background and then image value against mask value. Alright. Silly me, silly me. Move that down again. Where am we? Where am we? There we are. There we am. Go and load in. All good. Now then, you're going to be funny about this again, aren't you, obiets? Yep, thought so. That normally works. I don't know why it's spontaneously broken now. Okay. I feel like if anything's going to go horribly wrong, it's going to be this. Let's find out. These guys still look fine. Then they're only flipped vertically. Get rid of that guy, get rid of those guys, and then... Looks alright. Ash should not have killed them. I should have looked on the other side. Got to find another one now. Is there one now? Yes, there is. Can I get... Yes, I can. Lovely. So the guy on the left, apart from the slight clipping bug that was there already, which I do need to fix. I should probably not have pointed that out on stream because I don't believe anybody's ever noticed it. But there we go. Right, that all works. I guess, yeah, we're sort of anticipating that was going to be much more painful, but I guess it was just a case of copying and pasting because that bug, that clipping bug, means that I'm not having to handle the case where you need to draw less than 4 pixels worth of data. Because as soon as I actually fix that and we actually have to start filling those pixels in, all of this code about swapping the ints around and a lot of other things are going to start, well, they're going to need to be changed. And they're going to need to be special cased, and this code, which is already fairly Baroque is going to get even more so. That was Baroque, as in Baroque, not broke. Anyway, let's commit what we've got so far. I'm a big fan of committing as you go. Chuck that in. That all looks fine to me. Okay. Added H flip to flipped sprites. Okay. What else do we need to do? Well, I need to fix that bug. Do I want to fix that? What's the alternative if I don't fix that? So that's basically done. I mean, I've not added any more comments, but I think it's commented enough. Otherwise, that's kind of more interesting. Because my concern with fixing that bug is that I think it'll mostly be me getting very annoyed and staring at code. And it's probably not that interesting. So I think I'm probably going to do that offline. Or we can maybe do something else like that later on. And I say later on because it's 12:30, which means it's lunchtime for me and a certain shouty pussycat. Yes, I know. So, it won't take that long though. So I'll probably leave the stream up. And I think, I think the music still plays in Be Right Back. So, yeah, I'll leave that on and I'll be back in about 15 minutes, I think, something like that. So, yeah, hopefully see you then. Right, back again. So, where were we? Because I can't remember. Oh yeah, I was going to look at doing that. Which actually is not. It's about performance, but it's not about decreasing memory usage. What I think I'd be quite interested to do before we get into that is to see where we're up to with memory usage. Because now that bring up Aseprite again. Where's Aseprite gone? There it is. Clunk. Now that this sprite is like half the size, it's now literally just that. And as mentioned earlier, because we create a mask of it which is the same size of the entire image, we're now saving an entire image worth of memory. And this image is, excuse me, 256 square, which is 64k. So we should be saving 64k now, which is quite a chunk. I'd be interested to see where we're up to there. So, back to the code for a sec. Well, actually, we have a log which I think is still outputting memory usage. I think that's still enabled. Yes, it is. Excuse me. Oh, hello. That's an interesting one. But that does change depending on the level, so we don't know for certain that we can just, because that's quite a lot of memory. That's 190k. I nearly said 190 meg then. That's nearly 190k that in the playthrough that we had a second ago went unused. So we could claim that back, but some amount of that will be used on the levels with the more complicated music track, as we discovered in the last stream. So maybe we do that. Maybe we hack the game temporarily to always load the more complex music, just so that we're definitely using the maximum amount of memory. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so that data is in. I think I always think it's in globals, and it never is, if I remember rightly. It is not in globals. No, I always think it's there, but it isn't. Which means I think that it's in world. I think that might be where we say where the music, what track is loaded for what level. I could be wrong again, by which I mean I am wrong again. Is it in the game state then? Oh, no, not the game state. The game state, which I ended up having to call game state state. That's another aspect of jam code. That's the problem though, if they're called game states and then you've got one for the game, well, that's a game state state, isn't it? Or a game state. Anyway. Here we are, music info is either game 1 mod or game 2 mod. I imagine one of those is probably a lot larger. In fact, I think we found this last time, so I'll just quickly check. Alt, music. Game 1 mod is 104k, game 2 mod is 300k. I'm sorry, what? 300k? Actually, all three of these are huge. The smallest one is 100, and then there's one that we're not actually using that's 200. And then that one's 300. And I was happy to ship that with a 300k music track, was I? Because I'm not right now. 300k? I mean, the problem is I've only got the 2 music tracks and we do need to mix them up. You can't just play the same one. So that was probably the thinking, is I was just going to have to take the hit. Okay. Alright, fine. Either way, the big one's game 2, so For goodness sake, Dora. She's just climbed on top of a computer and switched it on. Can you not, please? This is why I end up having to put cardboard on things to prevent you pushing buttons. Techie cat. You're a little techie fertler, aren't you? You're not coming up on this desk. We've had this discussion several times. Good girl. Right. I am... It doesn't really matter what I do with that. These values are for disabling channels on the low end, and we don't really care about that right now. So, excuse me, let's just switch that over to game 2. Currently the log says the game is using about 800k, and I assume that we run the game again now, it will tell us something else. And once more, OBS has failed to find the window. Sigh. Well, I can't find the window. Where's it gone? There it is. Continue, so we're going to the same level. Blah, 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 blah. And quit. Okay, back to here again. That is still saying 800. That's intriguing. Okay, just for paranoia's sake then, what if we switch them both to use game 1? I didn't rebuild that, did I? I didn't rebuild it, that's why. Did I? Genuinely can't remember. Let's rebuild it. Oh, nice. Those weird characters that have appeared in the terminal are from me pressing F12, which is my mute the microphone because I'm coughing button. Alright, the weird characters can stay there, that's fine. Right, back to the game again, which is broken again. DOSBox, where's DOSBox gone? It is not in the list. What? It's not running. Oh, because I just did a build. I'm entirely discombobulated now. Discombobulated. DOSBox, freeze frame, carry on. Continue. Skippity skippity skip. And quit. Right, 800k before, what does it say now? 800k again. Okay, we are going to do the paranoid thing and expect that value to go down. Repeat. Skip, 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 skip. Into there. Great. Now, is it 800k or some other value? It's now slightly more. That's fascinating. So game 1, despite being a smaller file size mod, actually uses more runtime memory. Good job I checked. Okay, so I'm actually going to double check those files now, because I'm feeling slightly confused by that. Art, res, music. Game 1, 104. Oh, I was looking at the wrong files. Right, so I didn't ship with a 300k mod. I thought that seemed unlikely. I was looking in the wrong folder, and in fact, the first one's 100k and the second one's 60k. So yes, it makes more sense that if we load game 1, it uses more memory. Okay, good. The world is sane once more. So that's 880, but we still have 115 allocated that we aren't actually using. So we could take that away. And indeed that will cover the 64k of the sprite because that's loaded into this pool as well. Okay, well let's reduce that pool and see what breaks, because I'm willing to bet something does. There's a number. It's going down dramatically. This is definitely not going to work, because we did a bunch of this on the last stream, and it turned out there were things that weren't accounted for. Shouldn't be, though. It's mysterious. I'll run that. Okay, so it's all loaded fine with that 120k taken off it. Okay. So then the real test, or the slightly more real but still not actually real test, is 86box. Now 86box is currently, or somewhat impossibly currently has 5 meg of RAM to work around this problem. Let's just say 4 and see if it runs. Oh, this is going to beep. Sorry. Oh, good lord. I don't know how loud those beeps are on the stream, but they are especially painful in my ear. Crikey. And now I've dropped my headphone. Here it is. Okay, so this will be out of date because 86box has been running all morning, so eject. Put the CD back in again and update the XE. And we'll try updating the resources, though the batch file for that seemed to be a bit dodgy since I changed over to the pack for some reason. It was giving me weird device not ready errors last time I tried that. It seems to have worked this time. That annoying little NAC file has appeared again. Let's go. Okay. What else do I want to do? I want to get rid of the log in case it crashes or does something weird, in which case we might end up with an old log and get confused. And I'm very easily confused. This is going to make a load of noise, so let's turn the sound off in 86box. It's so weird that you get pop-ups but you can't see them on the stream. Anyway, cats. There's the FMV, yoink. A little bit of time to load at the front end. Off we go. There's the briefing, skip all of that. And then it exploded, yes, because it doesn't have the memory. So, Reddit log text. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, just saying out of memory. What would be useful at that point would be actually for it to, even though, as discussed before, getting the available memory is sort of, well, it's basically a lie. Whichever method you use to find the value out, you'll get a value that's close to the truth, but not necessarily actually true. So I don't know that it would be that useful to have it print that value out. Because it's certainly possible for it to say I needed to allocate 100k, but there's only 150k available, so it, failed. And that would just be annoying rather than useful. What else could we do? I mean, okay, I'm going to risk the beeps again. Although I've just turned the sound gain off, so does that mean we don't get beeps now? No, we still get the beeps. Ouch. Okay, it's just the sound gain. It's not actually muted. Okay. Excuse me. Presumably, though, if I put this back up to 5 meg again, the game will still run fine. Skip, 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 skip. There it is. Alright, and that's fine. Okay. I guess a certain amount of the RAM's moved into the global pool now that we're accounting for the sound effects. Excuse me. What to do? Excuse me. God, I can't breathe today. So this is correct then, seemingly. I mean, interesting to see. Last time I was fiddling with this value, I came proper because it turned out that, as mentioned, that second music track is larger. But we should be accounting for that here. So that should be safe now. It does, however, remind me to put that back. Sorry, that first music track is larger, not the second one. Okay. Just out of interest, what does happen when... In fact, it's not in there, is it? It's in Alec. I think that's... Oh, okay, so maybe it's just, it does do all this stuff, it's just hidden behind an if-def. Okay, we'll make the log pretty verbose, but it will answer the question. Where's my build? There it is. D. It was an mdebug, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's build that again. And while that's happening, we will put this... No, we don't need to put it down. What am I doing? Okay, fine. I'll just go back to the build. Right, and back to here. Eject the CD, put the CD back in again. Right, the exe. Delete the log. Give another run. I was meant to reduce that to 4 meg so that we got the... oh well, it's probably still going to tell us something useful anyway. Continue. Skip, skip, skip. Alright, and then quick from there. And have a look at this log. Whee. Okay, total allocated, that's useful as well. Total allocated before getting in-game, 1.3 meg. Assuming these values are accurate, which we already know they are not. Total allocated after entering in-game state is 2.2 meg. Which, I mean, 2215K, that is below the available memory on the format machine. So that's slightly annoying that it doesn't fit. Or, you know, that it doesn't run because it ought to fit. It makes me think that it has to be fragmentation. But the whole reason I'm using memory pools in the first place is to essentially not just alleviate it, but to fix it completely. Because we're not doing loads of tiny little allocations. We're allocating massive chunks, that's what the pools are. And then we're doing our own allocations within those. So we really shouldn't be fragmenting memory at all. So I've been tempted a couple of times to go slightly further and allocate one massive pool right at the beginning, like, you know, a 2 meg pool, and then have the individual memory pools allocated from that. So we use even less of the OS's memory allocation code. But it just doesn't sit right with me, because we've got, like, I don't know, at absolute tops we've got 10 pools. We won't even have that many active at the same time. And there's no way 10 allocations should be enough to have DOS report complete lies about how much memory is available. There must be something else going on here, but I don't know what it is. Intriguing. 2215K. I don't think this has ever really made a difference, but I'm sort of intrigued to see if it does. I'm going to use, I think I can still get away. I think I can make a release build, but I think I can still include that memdebug flag. Let's find out. Hello, Core10. How are you doing? Most of my memory allocations and deallocations were strings. Yeah, that seems fair. I mean, none of those... Yeah, I shouldn't be doing any actual dynamic allocation of strings. It should all just be static data, because it's all just going to be literals in the code at the moment. Images not so much. Yeah, that seems fair. I mean, it's just sort of what I was saying there with the whole idea with the memory pools is to work around that problem. You know, because I'm familiar even on modern systems with well, modern-ish systems with memory fragmentation, and so, you know, this is your sort of standard fix for that, is rather than allocating memory for every string and every image and everything that you need, you allocate a massive chunk at the beginning and just say, you know, I'll have 500k please, and then you parcel that out yourself. You know, and so like for instance, for the front end in this game has its own pool. Memory Create Memory Arena didn't bother in the end. Yeah, fair enough. So, okay, so you're familiar with the idea then. But it's sort of... It's puzzling why... It doesn't... The behaviour looks like fragmentation, but what I understand of what's actually happening with the memory doesn't really fit fragmentation. Swap file's disabled deliberately because it'll wreck the performance. Anyway, I was going to just test that. That has just built, hasn't it? Yes, so we can go back here. Pop the ZD out and in again. APXE. Mouse pointer out the way. Yep. Continue. Skippity skippity skip. Alright, there we go. Hello. Did that work? Oh, I'm trying to use the shortcut to quit. It's a release build, it doesn't have a shortcut to quit. You have to do it the old-fashioned way. There we go. Out of ideas, just throwing out the first things I've ever run into or suspect are happening. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, thank you for the input. I mean, it may well turn out that you're correct. You know, that's always possible that I've made an assumption too many about what's going on here. Okay, so we've got some output here. We don't have names for the pools anymore, but we should be able to identify them from the state numbers. 4 is in-game. Okay, it's the same amount. So building a release exe doesn't make any difference. I didn't think it did, but it's worth a check. 2215. The number is annoying because it is lower than 4 meg, or lower than the available memory on the 4 meg machine. Right, sorry for the beeps again. Right, as if we do that, that says free XMS is 2.8 meg. That's plenty. So where's that 600k going? Because again, 600k, if it's fragmentation, that's a heck of a lot of fragmentation. And it's not even, because obviously with it being a DPMI, it needs to allocate page tables for itself. And so certainly as you allocate more memory, you're going to at some point trigger the DPMI to go, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to need more memory for myself to allocate more page tables. But it's not going to need 600k's worth. Imagine people going, oh, thanks, that's very kind of you, Quartet. Thank you. Out of interest, I don't know if I've said this before, so I don't know if you've heard it before, but it wasn't meant to be like that initially. I can't remember, I had a conversation with somebody a little while ago about how it reminded them of, is it Thrust? I think it's called Thrust, you know, the sort of physicsy one where you've got the little rocket and you have to sort of try and avoid the walls. And that was originally what I was going to make it be like. And it was when I decided I wanted to put mod music in it, and I found that track. And as soon as I found that, I was like, well, no, the game needs to be really fast to fit the music. And as soon as I did that, yeah, getting damaged by the walls was really irritating, so all of that went. But yeah, thank you. 2.8 meg. What accounts for a 600k discrepancy? What could possibly explain that? Moonman, the kind of thing, yeah, it has acceleration and static direction, just doesn't feel good. Which one was yours again? I'm pretty sure I played it. Elf Inquisitions. Ah, okay, no, maybe I didn't then. I think I'm confusing with somebody else. No, so I've not played that one. Acceleration static friction doesn't feel good. Interesting. But, yeah, I mean, definitely, I don't know, there were a lot of games, that's true. That was, that was my first sort of thought when I submitted mine, was like, obviously the whole sort of plan with them was for people to stream them. And you just looked at the number of games and went, well, even if you only spend 5 minutes on each one of those games, streamers are going to be here a very long time getting through all of these. So I just sort of dipped in, and I think I probably only did about 10. It wasn't very many. Some cool stuff though. I'll have to give Coffee a look. What was I going to say? The thing is, do you know what? Because this is an old problem, I noticed this during the jam, that I was getting questionable numbers around free memory. And I probably still have the code. I do, memory test. Yeah, there we go. Wow, some slightly angry comments at the top here. So this was me trying to identify what causes the memory value to become incorrect. Because I found earlier versions of this test program that you could say, what is the free memory? It would say 1 meg, and you would go, right, can I have a meg then? And it would go, no. And it's like, well, nothing's been allocated yet. So this is not a fragmentation problem. This is just a reporting problem that the number you're telling me is not correct. And so, yeah, I did these experiments to just allocate blocks at a time to see, I think... Yeah, okay, so it was based on the numbers to try and see how... Because obviously at some point you can only allocate like 70% of what's claimed to be available. But if you allocate smaller blocks, I think you could get up to 80% of what was originally claimed to be available. And you could affect it. It was still not particularly useful. But it did suggest that doing fewer allocations would help. But ultimately, it's not helping here. Oh, sorry. I'm spending a very, very long time playing as many as I can, but not finishing all of them. It took me 40 minutes. No, I think that's about right. I think it's about half an hour or 40 minutes, yeah. Anyway, to list what's in the file directory, just in case there actually is a swap file. I know what the swap file looks like, and I can make it appear by... So you might notice when I build here, you can see when it finishes the build, there's somewhere. It'll take a minute, of course, to do the actual compiling bit. Come on. Good lord, it takes so long to build. There we go. It very briefly switches to a DOSBox window and then comes back again. That's because it's running a program in DOSBox. Once it's built the exe, it then runs a program that I can't remember the name of, actually. Let me have a look and find it. But there's a program that you can use to configure CWS DPMI, like change the stack size is the main thing it does. But the other thing it does is disable the swap file. And yeah, I can remember in the early days, I would see over here in the code view, I would see the swap file appearing. Is it stub edit? I think it might be stub edit, is the exe I'm thinking of. But yeah, so it's not loading swap file. It really bothered me. What way is there? Is a swap file in my game such a massive resource hog? It made sense. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that was sort of something of an education for me, really, because I did coding on DOS when I was a kid, but only ever 16-bit stuff. You know, I did where you would go into Turbo C++ and select your memory model. And I was always fascinated by DOS4GW, although I didn't really know what it did. I knew it was something to do with getting more memory, but I didn't know how it worked. And so, yes, I've had to learn all of this, had to learn what CWS DPMI even is, and what DPMIs do and all of that sort of business. Because yeah, I had a similar reaction originally. Was like, why on earth does it want a swap file? And of course, yeah, it's because the DPMI is kind of it's almost like a tiny stubbed version of an operating system. It's trying to, it's the building blocks of a multitasking operating system. So it's what does the swap stuff. But yeah, it's turned off. And sometimes you have to remove a chunk of data from the beginning of your X or add one. Oh, fair enough. But, I mean, the other one was the stack size. I kind of, because I think the stack size by default is something like 512K with DGGPP. And, if I'm trying to fit into 4 meg, as soon as I read that, I was like, well, I don't need half a meg for the stack. That's just silly. And so I just reduced that down to 4K. And yeah, of course, the fun thing about having too small a stack is you don't usually get errors, you just get really weird memory corruption. And so, yes, I learned quite quickly that 4K was not nearly enough stack. I can't remember what value it's on now. I think it's 64K. But, what am I going to try next? Let's get rid of that again. Sort of at the point where I'm starting to consider slightly paranoid things. Like, part of me is going, well, what if I just look for the word malloc in the source code? Recognize that theme tune anyway. Yeah, the only place malloc gets mentioned is in comments. Oh, I forgot to put that in there. And that's allocated and then freed again. Oh yeah, because that's another really strange aspect that's even mentioned in the... I never thought of changing the stack size too down in the weeds. I can't remember what put me onto it. I think it was the early memory experiments. I think it was like when the game was really early, wasn't doing that much, and it seemed to be using far more memory than I expected it to. And I went sort of looking into, because DGGPP has a page about this, sort of frequently asked questions about why the hell are you using so much memory? And there's some reasonable explanations in there about how, there's sort of OS support services that take X 100K. But then there was also mention of your XE by default has half a meg of stack. I was like, well, I'll have that back for a start. But yeah, there's another page that DGGPP have talking about memory. It might be the same one. That explains one of the frequently asked questions is, how come I can do what I'm doing in the code here? I can allocate a big block and then I can free it, and the free memory doesn't go up after I've freed it. And DGGPP is like, well, that's just how it works. It is free. You can call malloc again and it will work. It's just we can't tell you that it's available. Which strikes me as deeply odd. I'm not really sure why it can't account for that. But anyway, so there's a bunch of peculiar things with the environment here that I don't understand well enough. That's the problem. So this whole process really, since the jam, has been just trying to work around the issues rather than trying to understand them, I guess. Include every single standard library or whatever. Yeah, that's strange. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a little bit sort of modern coding, really. But yeah, it's probably easier to... I imagine it makes it easier to maintain DGGPP if they do it that way. But I don't know. I don't really know what I'm talking about in that area. But what I can do is I can comment that out, because even though we're allocating this block for testing purposes and then immediately freeing again, as discussed, that does affect the value that this function returns. So maybe it does actually have an effect on the actual free memory as well. It really shouldn't. But I am clutching at straws here, so let's clutch some straws. Build. As this guy's back on 2.8 meg again, it's back on being a 4 meg system. So it'll be interesting to see if this makes any difference. Okay, it's done. CD out, CD back in again. UXE. And this is the release build, okay. You can tell it's the release build because it's only 500k. The debug one's like 2 meg. Let's get rid of the log. Get rid of the log. Try again. Anything else? No. Need to fix the desync on that as well. Do that later. Continue. And then that die. That's ridiculous. Okay. Well, that's it. I mean, that's good because it's running, but it's really annoying because it shouldn't have made any difference. Like, that's running because we took out a 1.3 meg allocation that we then immediately freed. Now we're no longer making that allocation in the first place. Now it runs. So there is something deeply odd about the memory allocation in CWS DPMI. I mean, the problem is I don't know. I've never written, I've never written a compiler, I've never written an operating system. So my understanding of how memory allocation works at that level would be that this single call to calloc is gonna need memory to store the information about that allocation, so it knows when you've stepped outside the bounds of it. But the size of that data within the DPMI shouldn't depend on the size of the block. So, like, the allocation within the DPMI caused by this, if that was more than 4K, I would be absolutely astonished. And I think 4K is wildly overestimating it. So I am perplexed that not making that allocation suddenly allows us to fit inside 4 meg. What happens if you use malloc instead of calloc? If you use malloc instead of calloc, at this point, it'll probably work because of that strange... That's another thing that's in the FAQ in DGGPP, that malloc doesn't actually get the entire buffer. The buffer isn't actually assigned to your program until you start writing to it. And so I've done that deliberately. All of my memory allocation stuff up here, there it is. It only ever uses calloc deliberately so that it's never lied to. Because that's the weird thing, that because of the way that works, it means you can say malloc a 1.3 meg block, and if it doesn't have 1.3 meg, that will still succeed. But then as soon as you try writing to it, it'll explode. Which is kind of bananas. I mean, again, I can understand why, but it does mean that trying to make these decisions about how much memory is being used, it adds an extra level of complexity to that, which is why I'm using calloc all the time instead of malloc. But then maybe that's the clue. Maybe that's the clue in saying that. Maybe that explains why calloc doesn't just there isn't just one block of accounting created for this. There would be if it was a malloc. You know, maybe the first 4K or something of this block would be sort of accounted for and would take up memory within the DPMI. Maybe the fact that I'm saying calloc means that it's going down, and for every, I don't keep saying 4K, but if it's a 4K block or a 16K block or something like that, for every one of those blocks it's adding another entry to its list of allocations, in which case that is going to cause quite a lot more memory to be allocated than if we just did a malloc. But the point is, we're then doing free. So either way, it shouldn't allow this to run. That's my point. I am currently annoyed that my game is running. I'm just going to check. Nope, that is 4 meg. I thought maybe I'd left it on 5. Because my problem with this, as I've learned over many years of doing game development, and I think anybody that does any kind of development knows this rule, anything that spontaneously fixes itself will spontaneously break itself again later. And so I would like concrete answers about what is going on here. And I don't have any. And it's annoying. But what will be interesting, I'm just checking that's actually alive and not just frozen. I'm going to quit out of there. Oh, hello. It's just died. It's just run out of memory, trying to go back to the front end. So, yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying. Anything that spontaneously fixes will spontaneously break itself again. Now, the front end requires far less memory than the game does. And this, again, is what makes me think that it's fragmentation or something similar. Because it clearly has enough memory to load the front end, because it just loaded the game, which requires 3 times as much memory. So the fact that it can't means there is something else happening within the DPMI. Either it's fragmentation or something else is happening that means it, after loading that, 900k block for the game, even when we've freed that, it then still can't find a 300k or whatever it is block for the front end. Which again takes me back round in a big circle to thinking that I should just, at startup, say, how much memory do you have? Right, I want all of it and I never want to speak to you again. I think that may be the easier method. Sorry, I'm not reading the chat. See what you mean about malloc not being useful in this specific code, though. Yeah. Yup. I mean, it's one of those things, you know, you kind of think, maybe this is totally normal, you know, because I didn't make DOS games for a living in the 90s, and maybe this was totally normal then, and maybe, because this behaviour could still be happening now, for all I know, but on a machine with 32 gig of memory, you're never going to notice it. Because, you know, a modern program running out of actual system RAM, that's a bug. That's just badly written code. Nobody's ever going to deliberately use 32 meg of memory, or, you know, except very specific applications. Okay, enough wittering. We want to, unfortunately, reboot this, which means more beeping. Okay, and I will leave that to it. Because the other side of this, the other reason I wanted more concrete answers before continuing to try and work around it, like by trying to make this mega pool idea, is that will be, excuse me, that's a chunk of code to make that work. And it'll be annoying if I spend the time writing that and it turns out it doesn't make any difference anyway. And part of me thinks from my understanding of what's going on and the behavior of my program, I feel like fragmentation or whatever cannot be the cause of this problem. But then I'm seeing stuff like this, and I don't have a better explanation. So I think I've talked myself into it. I think I'm just going to have to go and make this one huge allocation and parcel out the memory pools from that. So, let's get started with that then. Dual combining to Windows, had access to modern memory debugging tools. Have you used Valgrind or whatever? Tracked down any leaks? I haven't. I suppose I could do that. I could do a similar thing. I could build it for modern machines. The problem is, again, if it was leaking, the leaks would be sort of fairly obvious, in as much as this will run if I make it a 5 meg machine. If it was leaking, it would only run for 2 or 3 levels and then it would die again, which it doesn't. You can play the entire game on the 5 meg machine and it's fine. So if it is leaking, then it's leaking a tiny amount. If it's leaking a tiny amount, then it can't account for it not being able to fit into 4 meg. That would be my logic there. On the modern machines, it would be a nightmare. I mean, it's totally feasible. The one thing to make it sort of... I mean, I'd have to stub the rendering, of course, because all of the rendering code is not going to work on a modern machine. That wouldn't be too difficult, but it's something of a faff. I'm trying to think if there's a way... I'm just trying to think if there's some sort of hacky way that I can do this just to test the idea. I don't think there is. I think any sort of hacky method that I can think of is basically the real method, with very little taken out. So, yes. I think when I was thinking about this before, we just had the idea that mempools would potentially have a parent mempool. Can you say init pool from where? Yeah, I'm going to have to deal with this release stuff. It's another thing I need to do actually, is I need to put that back. Get rid of that. And that. Oh, and get rid of that as well. Yoink. We do it as an overall thing and everything. Yeah, because we don't need to directly make parent pools. That's only useful if we're then going to have like chains of ancestors, which we don't need for this. We just need one mega pool that owns everything else. So maybe we can just sort of not exactly hack it, but we can make it a little bit simpler at least. Okay. Let's do some of that then. Do we have an alloc overall in it? No, we don't. Okay, maybe we say... Can we do it here? Yeah, maybe we could put it here. So, what are we going to call it? We're just going to call it a mega pool. I can't think of a better name currently. So, mega pool is... Oh, hello, Sakura. Notice you come in there. Arcane wizardry. recommendations. Codex Magic to me is very impressive. It's not. It's mainly just coders swearing at computers, which is much the same as anybody using a computer. They're mostly the same. Especially when you're pushing a pedal of a mouse, to basically mostly C coding for DOS is. Yeah. It's true. It must be said, for all that, and I wasn't really complaining about DJGPP earlier, but for all that I could be interpreted as being complaining about it earlier, I do think DJGPP is really nice for making DOS code, actually. I mean, albeit DJGPP is just GCC ported, but it is nice to have a modern compiler making C code for DOS or making DOS programs. You get things like optimization and good stuff like that. We didn't really have that back in the day. Well, unless you did it yourself, of course. Because that's one of the things I thought when I first started making the Jam game, first time picking up DOS in 30 years, I kind of actually worried if I wanted to do an action game, I was concerned that I was going to have to write assembly. I kind of assumed I was going to have to write some assembly, because my assembly is, to call it dusty would be a vast understatement. I've never in my life written assembly, seriously. But yeah, turns out DJGPP does a really nice job, actually. It generates really nice assembly. Kind of do a double take saying null pointer in DOS code. Yeah. No, so some of the C stuff is, or some of the modern C stuff is nice. The one mistake I made, because you'll notice, I don't know if you have noticed, but my code is, I'm using namespaces, but I'm not using classes generally. The one place I'm using actual C++ is in the renderer. Where's video gone? Oh, it's up in Engine. I think it's in here anyway. Let's look for an angle bracket. I'll have to find it. Not that one. Oh, yeah, of course, I'm going to find loads of shifts. I didn't mean that. What did I call the function? Render something or other. This is not useful. Oh, wow. You can tell that annoyed me at some point. There's a link as well as a comment. This is definitely correct. Don't change this. That's what this comment means. I'm looking for some code. It's in here somewhere. Copy region sentence wrote. There we go. Look, template functions. Sneaky use of generics. Yes, indeed. Optimizing strides. Yes, well done. Well done, Beam. Sorry, that was patronising. I take that back. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it's for, with the planes, and I thought that would be a sensible thing to do, would be to do that. And of course it made my C compile time, which was about 2 seconds, is now about 25 seconds. So thanks, generics. Never mind, you can't have everything. You got to pay for some things. Oh, we did enjoy the demo. Thank you, Saggy, that's pretty kind of you. So glad the compiler did that for me. Couldn't fix the third-party API I was using. Oh, that's interesting. Sounds like using a true color visa mode at 4 times the resolution of the actual render window was a bit of a mistake. Wow. Do you know, I kind of thought when I made this for the Jam, I knew when I made it for the Jam that I was going to sort of do a bigger version, and then I kind of thought that'll be it. That'll fix my nostalgia for DOS and allow me to get on with my life. And what game was it? And whose channel was it? It was Chomp Deluxe. I don't know if anybody follows Chomp Deluxe, but he's been playing Crusader No Remorse and Crusader No Regret recently. And I just thought they looked really good. They've got that lovely sort of, pre-rendered fake 3D background art going on, but they're 640-480. And I was like, oh, that would be quite fun to do SVGA and then VESA. That would be kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to open that box, because I think I might disappear for quite a long time if I do. They are good-looking games. They're nice, aren't they? I mean, the other thing I noticed watching Crusader Remorse, No Remorse, that I said to Chomp was that it's essentially Little Big Adventure with automatic weapons, as far as I can tell. Like, because it's the same camera angle, very similar pre-rendered art. But yes. And then, of course, shortly after that inspired me to play through Little Big Adventure. And all the way through that, I was thinking, I really wish I had a machine gun. It'd be so much more efficient than this stupid ball. Anyway. Crusader was always... Oh, there, then. Would love to see a reimagining with LBO style 3D sprites. There you go. Speedrun Crusader. Wow. I mean, Chomp was playing it on the hardest difficulty, and it's just mean, that game. Like, it's just, you kill all the guys, you walk into a room, and then 8 more spawn behind you in thin air. Like, it's just vicious. It's a mean game, yeah. But, look, fun though. There were several people in the comments going, I remember this being much easier. I must have only ever played it on easy. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like the mode for me. I'll give that a go on easy. But, and of course, bonus points as well, because it's packed to the gills with wonderful FMV, with terrible acting, which is my favourite kind of FMV. But yeah. Anyway, what am I doing? Oh yes, we were looking at generics, which I can now get rid of. And then we can go back to this. Great Mega Ball. Weasley. Oh, that's the little sales guy, isn't he? The shop character. Yes, he's fun. I think he was he might have been the only actor to have been given an actual character, or, you know, enough of a character to work with. Because I think, off the top of my head, the only other one I can remember was there's the boss guy, who's, as in the boss of the player character, whose only attribute is he has a cigar. That's his personality. He's the guy with the cigar. And they even kept that up for the second one, that he's there every scene he's in, he's got a cigar sticking out of his face so that you know who he is. I thought that was funny. Anyway. Colonel Levi, is that right? And yeah, in the second one, the characters seem to get, somehow, surprisingly, the characters seem to get less interesting. Because, like, there was the hacker kid that helped you out in the first one, who had possibly the most 90s haircut I've ever seen. Like, he had the 1990s embedded in his side parting hair. But they got rid of him for the second one, the Wizard. Yes, with this extremely 90s name as well, the Wizard. And yeah, they replaced him with a bunch of people that would just call you up and go, don't go in that room, it's full of bombs. He may or may not be dead. Oh, I must have missed that bit. Did something dramatic happen to him at the end of the first one or something? And get kidnapped by the bad guys or something? We should probably specify what size. Expro. It's not signed to my look. It's a size T, isn't it? I mean, it's a size T. When the base is destroyed, presumably he was in it. Ah, okay. You've never interacted with him. Oh, yeah, of course. Yes, you only ever see him on video calls. It's a pretty good mystery. Unintended mystery. Excuse me, right. Well, the game believes that it only uses 225k, and the 4 meg 86 box PC reckons that it's got 2.8 meg free. So we should be able to say 1024 bytes, no 1024. That's a meg, yeah. Times, oh, I don't really want to put a floating point number in. Okay, fine. I'll calculate it myself. I suspect DJGVP would be fine with me doing that, but just in case. Times, let's say 2.5 meg. 2621440. I don't need the commas. Alright. And then we just want to go ahead and alloc that, or calloc it rather. Should probably store that, but then we're going to need to keep pointers to it, and it essentially is a member, so this is getting uncomfortable, and have barely even started writing this, but fine. Member, table size. Really should be using this function, which is why that shouldn't be there. Fine. Fine. We'll just make this code even uglier. Just going to call it alloc init, and it can make its own thing. We will add. Should be able to return an error. And make sure that gets called when we initialize the engine. That I don't believe uses any memory. Well, it can't do. It's got no pool in the parameters. Okay, fine. But before we do any of that, alloc. No, because we might want to print out errors. It's going to have to come out after it then. No, I'm going to put after that as well, and after that. Oh, hello there. Oh, there's all words that I've missed in the chat, because on the other side of the screen. Hello there, how are you doing? How's Terra Nova treating you? I did see a little bit of that last night. That is a wacky looking game. It was fun though. It's another one, talking earlier of Little Big Adventure with automatic weapons. Terra Nova struck me as Magic Carpet with automatic weapons. It was cool. Big chilling before the day. Sounds good. Right. Okay, so that's been called. We're going to have an exit, aren't we? That's Demisk before error. Doesn't really matter though. We don't have exits for those. Okay, fine, whatever. Alright, exits. Done. Don't really care if that fails, they're not going to return anything. It's an int. We don't even really need this, to be fair, because we're shutting down anyway, so we're going to release all the memory anyway. But fine. Is it free pool or release pool? Free pool. Done. Terra Nova is as close as we got to Starship Troopers the novel as a video game. So few Power Armor games. I've never read the novel. I've seen the film. I like the film. Terra Nova is great, a lot of fun. We ended up finishing it and stopped playing. Pure 90s FMV, yes. Yeah, GG for finishing it. I did enjoy the FMVs. They were, yeah, you were not wrong about those, Mac. They were special. There's so many of those FMV games that I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when they were recording them. Because it's so hard to tell, especially like 30 years later, it's so hard to tell. Is it just because the actors weren't very good? Or is it because they were given no direction and the character description was 4 words? You know, he's military hard man. Oh, okay, grr. You know, do they just have nothing to work with, or are they just terrible? FMV was the cherry on top, yeah. Film's very different to the book, is it? Like the movie with the guy who made it literally didn't read it. Okay. Who made the film? It's, was it the guy that made RoboCop? I can't remember. Paul Verhoeven, was it? I can't remember. Starship Troopers. I feel like it was somebody that was... I just immediately connected to RoboCop because they're both sort of in that category of huge irony, but an awful lot of people sort of took them literally. Because I always remember Starship Troopers like there being some fuss in the media because people were saying that they were glorifying Nazis because like the several of the characters had sort of quite Nazi-inspired uniforms, and it was like, yes, that's the point. That's the whole point of the story, is to demonstrate that they are basically fascist. It's not celebrating that. But anyway. He also says, okay, fine, we need to... I can't even remember how to... Oh, normally we do it with a different call, don't we? Because we pass the variable name in, or the pool name. I suppose we should do the same thing. Foshi's original author was celebrating fascism. Is that true, though? I can't remember which... I mean, that doesn't surprise me, because it's... Oh, I can't remember his name, but I know who you mean. No, I'm sure you'll tell me in a minute. How do I init pools anywhere else? Because I can't remember. Prevent. Oh, it just gets an error return. Okay, fine. We'll just do that then. And then is not equal to okay. Then it's going to be out of memory. It's going to be the error. But if we can't allocate this one, that's a little bit more serious. Because if we can't allocate that, in theory, we can't allocate anything else. So we should probably do something a bit more drastic than just returning an error. Oh, but I guess engine is told. So now look in it, you've actually got a return value there. Do a similar thing there, I guess. We don't really need to put an extra message in here, but we will. I mean, that's just going to say out of memory, and we know it's out of memory. Fine. Which that's then going to pass that back up to main. Where's main gone? Got a tab open for it. Engine in it. Oh, presumably engine can return a value. Yes, it can, and I'm not listening for it. Tisk tisk. Do we have an error later on? Yes. Whoops. Not equal to, no, maybe more importantly. Because we sort of don't care that much about other errors, apparently. Let's do it this way anyway. Okay, now if there's any error at all, we'll just empty out at that point. Early out. I may not be able to log. We both. There was a get error string, wasn't there? I think I just saw a second ago. Yes. Do you know what? I don't remember. Oh, hello. What about a hangline? Because we haven't really had as many of them still working to this day. Okay, that's cool. Those many of the earliest roles. Yeah. I imagine it's probably, or at least in the 90s, I imagine it was probably one of the easier routes to get in, to get the work on your resume, you know. Because I imagine, well, I can't imagine the games industry was paying particularly well, and they certainly wouldn't have been paying royalties. It's not Scott. Oh, Orson Scott Card, right. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, but isn't that the point, Core 10? Like, that's sort of what I was on about a minute ago. That like that is an aspect of the story, but it's not an aspect of the story that you're meant to be celebrating as the reader. You're meant to sort of recognise that this society is actually dreadful. It wasn't making a satire. I feel like it was. The whole idea of the film did. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, I've not read the book, so that could well be true. Anyway. So that's all fine, and then back to the Hallock. Where's the notebook? So that's been allocated. That's basically it. Just showing okay at this point. In fact, in which case we can just return the error. In fact, we can just return that. Let's make that function a whole lot smaller. It barely needs to be a function. There we go. Right, so then these guys, instead of calling Kalloc, they need to allocate from Megapool instead. But Megapool does need to behave slightly differently. Because it needs... We've got markers already, but we're not using them. Yes, we already have that functionality in, so that... Okay, maybe we'll just use that then. So... Instead of looking at that point, we want to just do a, what's the individual allocation called? It's just alloc, okay, which I think is yes. In there. Let's just comment that out for now. What are the parameters for that again? Pool size name. The pool is Megapool. That's its size, and the name is actually the name of this pool. So we can just do that then. That's potentially going to get confusing later, but it's fine. So that'll just allocate that and then carry on the same. What we need to do... Where do we need to set the marker? So we're going to come in, we're going to come into the engine. The engine is... Do you do any allocations? I don't... Yes, you do. The scratch size for the file. Okay, so actually maybe we set the marker as soon as the engine's finished. No, globals. We'd delete globals if we did that. Oh, that's annoying because it's very close. Okay. Tempted to put multiple markers in there. Or... no. Ditch that. And that. And what to here. After we've allocated everything for the engine, that's not going to allocate anything, that's fine. That is all fine as well. Init globals is definitely going to allocate something. So we could set the marker here then, before we go into the first game state. So then we faff about in the front end or whatever for a bit. When we leave the front end and go to the game, we reset back to the marker, which essentially deletes the front end but keeps everything else exactly where it was. And then we'd be allocating the game state into exactly the same position in memory as the front end. Okay. Unless there's another allocation I've forgotten about. I guess we'll find out when this dies horribly. Right. How are we going to make this set the marker? Because we don't have a reference to the megapools. Do we grab it? Yes, for ease of use, yes we do. Because I can't be bothered making it nice yet. Bit of that. Bit of that. Next time then pull megapole. Okay, it's fine. That should really have a G on the front, but it's fine because it won't be there for that long. Right, so what we want to then call is Alex set marker megapole. Alright, so then this is going to carry on. Yeah, and then in the update state we can just say reset to there. We don't clear the marker when we reset, do we? What does that do? Ah, we do. I don't know that we should. Especially as there's a function for it, which we could call if we wanted to do that. Okay, you can go away. We're not doing that anymore. Good. Back to main. That's all set. Then into the game state, which is your. Then we've got an update state happening here. Close everything down. And then we do the exit, which is going to call free pool. What's that actually going to do? Yeah, it's going to try and free, and we don't want it to do that because it hasn't got that pointer from the OS, it got it from us. So it kind of doesn't really mean anything to call free pool. But it is still useful to reset the struct. That's not going to be accurate either. Actually, when we come to free the megapole, we are going to want to call free on it. Okay, fine. In which case, I am actually going to do the slightly fiddly thing. Oh no, I don't need to. It is in a common function. It's in exit. There it is. Not anymore, you're not. Okay, so instead of freeing that, we are doing essentially the equivalent, which is reset marker, reset to marker. What did I call it? Reset to marker. That makes more sense. Reset to marker. Marker. Megapole. So that essentially deletes that state pool for us, with the added bonus of not leaving a big gap, or if that is what's happening. Okay, it's back down here. Exit's going to clear it, reset the thing, enter's then just going to allocate it, and that should be everything, I think. Let's see what the compiler says, because I bet the compiler says no. The compiler says very no. Alright, you've made your point, compiler. I think we've seen enough errors. Let's start at the top, shall we? That's not an unreasonable complaint. I'll allow you that one. Maybe better take that back. Should have been to... Oh, what am I doing here? This is nonsense. We don't need a namespace on the top. I don't like that. I've called that exit, but fine. Right, try that again. When making Space Cats was Descent an inspiration for the design? It tickles me immensely that I don't know how many people, I'd estimate about 10% of people who've played it have gone, wait a minute, this is just Descent but in 2D. Most people didn't notice, but yes. I don't know that it was consciously, but I mean, I was saying to Corten earlier, like the original plan. Let's start that off. The original plan actually was something more like I think there was like an 8-bit game back in the day called Thrust, which is one where you've got a rocket and you've got gravity, and it's sort of very heavily physics based, and you're sort of very carefully, slowly trying to make the rocket not crash into the walls or land too fast or anything like that. And I think it was going to be more like that originally. But then I went looking for music. I decided I wanted to put mod music in. And I went looking for mods to see what I could use. And I came across the track that's in the game now, which is, really upbeat and fast. And I thought, purely because of the music, if nothing else, the game needs to be really fast. And so, yeah, it changed to being more sort of action-oriented. And it just seemed kind of obvious, like the way it was going. Like, so you go in, shoot baddies, you get keys to open doors. What's the end of the level? I don't know, blow up a reactor? And yeah, but once I'd made that decision, it was like, oh, that is just like Descent. But wasn't entirely, wasn't just a straight up let's make Descent put in 2D. Solid design, executed really well. Oh, well, thanks very much. It's very kind of you. And yeah, trying to fix a lot of the problems that it shipped with, so to speak, in the jam. Like trying to get the memory usage down at the moment. And then, yeah, it'd be nice to add a bunch of new enemy types and a couple of other mechanics to it, and then, yeah, a ton more levels. And then, and FMV, of course, as we've discussed multiple times since yesterday. Big fan of FMV, and so I just didn't have time to get FMV into the jam game. But I've since figured out a way to do it for this one. So, yeah, I've just got to get my my Blender skills in place to be able to actually make the little animations for it. Anyway, Games Day Megaball was not declared. Oh yeah, it needs the alloc namespace. Silly me. Way up the top. Megaball. Where else have I made reference to Megaball? There. Is it actually? Wait a minute. It's not in the namespace, it's global. What am I doing? Because that looks silly, that looks much more sensible. Right, you can go back where you were as well. Problem is, you're in the wrong place. You need to be up there. Except you don't know what a memble is yet, so you need to be down there. Try that again. Boink. Close that. Is Dora going to feature? Do you know what she initially did? Or at least, so this is still dying. In my earliest tests, because I hadn't done, when I made Space Cats, I hadn't written anything for DOS since I was a kid. And so I didn't really, I had to figure out even sort of the basics again to make sure I could even build code, and like making the screen scroll was something I'd never done before. And so the earliest test of that was with a big picture of Dora. And then that led to some early experiments with FMV, which I believe, if I can trigger it from here, is actually a channel reward. There it is. That was my first experiment with FMV, is an actual video of Dora. The quality is much better than that actually now, but yeah. Oh, she is a dafty. Where is she currently? I'm looking around the room. I'm suddenly aware I haven't heard from her or seen her for some time, which usually means that she's up to no good. Where are you hiding? Intriguing. I think she's in the bedroom. Oh. That's the actual music that went peculiar at that point. Right, fine. What's the problem now? The same error 50 million times. Mempool does not name a type. No, it doesn't, does it? Not here. I meant extern alloc mempool. These are basic errors. Come on now. Not concentrating, that's what this is. But yes, the people who know me in real life, and certainly the ones who know Dora, were very keenly aware of the fact that the plot of Space Cats was clearly based on Dora as well. A maniacal cat that wants to take over the world because its owner won't let it have cheese. That's definitely Dora. And is also lactose intolerant. That is also Dora. She won't hear it though. Give me the cheese. Right. Engine 33, and it is not a member of alloc. I beg to differ. It's right there. Oh, do you mean you don't have the header? I bet you mean you don't have the header. Engine. Here it is. Yeah. A very misleading error message, that is. Try again. Again. Yeehaw. Okay. Let's run it in DOSBox to begin with, just to see if it runs at all. But I suspect it might not. It did appear to just die, so that's a good start. What does the log say, if anything? Oh, interesting. Yes, no, that's foolishness on my part. I need to... Actually, do I? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I need to allocate this from... No, hang on. What did that error say? Put that back again. Uninitialized pool. Image. Font size is 0, memory is null. Is that the, yeah, megapool, init pool, megapool, that size. Trying to allocate from uninitialized pool. What's your problem here? What's your problem here? What have I done? The alloc's happening, so we've got the memory. From uninitialized pool. Show me that again. Where is that? That's inside alloc. Who's calling that then? Wait a minute. Yeah, because, oh, what am I doing? This is just nonsense. this is my major problem as a streamer is because I'm going to blame it on ADHD, but because I'm always switching between code and chat, it means I end up writing nonsense like this. So essentially I've made it's not quite an infinite loop, but I've got code that's calling itself. The megapool is trying to allocate itself from itself. Of course that doesn't work. Right. I think we're going to just have a big fat hack that says, that's what that was for, but I forgot about it. Okay. Okay. Equals, okay. Yeah, equals true. Whatever else that means, return. Well, the music's finished. I don't know. How about that one? Sounds somewhat similar to the one we just heard, but sure. Definitely couldn't code on stream without getting very distracted by chat. Honestly, having chat active really beats the alternative. It's true. Actually, part of the reason I did this initially was to sort of get over a thing. I've had my entire life. I've had this weird thing where, like, even working in studios, I hated people looking over my shoulder while I was coding, and it was completely irrational, and I could never quite even understand where it came from. And so when I first thought, I might try streaming, that was my second thought, was like, oh my god, that'll be like people looking over my shoulder all the time. So I kind of thought, actually, well, no, it's worth like trying to get rid of that because it is silly. And I think that's true. I don't think I think that's worked. I mean, I don't think I care so much about that anymore. Anyway, 100%. Fair enough. What am I doing? I was going to use that flag to decide which of these things we were going to do. If not, no, I don't like doing not. If mega all created do that one. Yes. Do that one. Probably fine. By which I mean, who knows? Let's just give it a go. I find myself super focused while streaming code. My usual MO is to switch to Reddit whenever a task is hard. Yeah, definitely. I not Reddit. My one is Mastodon. But social media, yeah. Because Mastodon has the Cats of Mastodon hashtag, and it's just an endless stream of cats. It's basically what I have Mastodon for, just so I can go scroll the screen, scroll the screen, and just keep on like that. My brain slowly melting. Of course, the particular irony of it is that I'm doing that while in the room there's an actual cat sat next to me. Priorities, eh? That hasn't crashed, but it hasn't appeared on stream either. Typical. Thanks, OBS. Where's DOSBox gone? There it is. There we go. There's the final frame of an FMV. Fine. Blah, 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 blah. Into a game. We're running in DOSBox, so we're never going to run out of memory, but let's go. Oh, hello. That was worth testing. It crashed. Okay. So what happened there then? Invalid params. Front end. I think the pool's already in use. Okay. That's because the struct isn't reset, because we aren't calling free anymore. But because we've now decided that we're going to use this big fat pool hack when we're allocating the pools in the first place, let's do the same thing when we're freeing them. You can see this whole issue with memory has been around forever because there's dead code all over the allocation code. Anyway. If wait a minute. We can't use that flag because it's not reasonable to clear that flag until we free the megapool. Oh. I could just make this hack worse, but I'm already feeling slightly dirty as it is. Parameter. something even worse, actually. Do you know what? For all I've just said, I wanted to make this cleaner. What we could do is we could say, if the pool we're talking about is the freaking mega pool, do something different. Oh well, no, do that. That's horrible, but it will work. So let's just do that. If we aren't doing it, then don't free anyone, but do the mem set, so that the next time we allocate this mem pool, there isn't any data left over in there that will trigger an error. Oh, we do have fun. I want to swim in a mega pool, one with big artificial waves. Oh, I haven't done that in years. Wet n Wild. That's what the franchise in the UK was called, I always remember. It's a deeply suspect name, but anyway. Used to go there when I was a kid. Right, run that again. Here it is, not on the stream. DOSBox, DOSBox, DOSBox. And core memory unlocked, yes indeed. Essentially a water-based theme park in a leisure centre. That's how I'm going to describe Wet n Wild. Right, that's that done. Back out of there. Don't die. It didn't die. Well, the question is, what does the log say about memory usage? It probably isn't going to tell us anything very useful, because the way that it's totaling up memory is now wrong. It'll be interesting to see what it says. That's intriguing already. Oh, but I guess that's because we're using the smaller memory, the smaller music track. That's what that is. Okay, now we're freeing the mega pool at the end. Not that it matters, not that any of that matters. Right. Can we... Oh, I tell you what we can do. We can turn on mem debug. BSH. And is. Debug. What's so strange about OBS not picking this window up is it's kind of correct behaviour for OBS on the Mac. That when windows close, it loses track of them. Because apparently I didn't know any of this, but I did look this up a little while ago. On Windows, it uses the Windows title, the title bar title, to track Windows. Apparently on the Mac, Windows have some sort of magic numeric ID. And it uses those instead on the Mac. But because of that, when Windows close and reopen, the ID changes. And they've decided to deliberately not try and guess which window it was, try and match the names up, in case they accidentally end up broadcasting the wrong window, which I guess makes sense. But it does mean that I have to keep on telling it where DOSBox is, which is kind of annoying. Anyway. But the strangest part is, I'm sure that used to work. Maybe I just used to have DOSBox running all the time before. That would make sense. Right, anyway. It's all fine. I just want to quit again. And then look in the log. Excuse me. Whee, what a lot of guff. A little bit concerning that that number seems to be larger, but I would have to check the code to actually be clear on what it's tracking here. Because depending on how you look at it, we're either allocating memory in exactly the same way as we were before, or we're allocating once right at the beginning, and that amount of memory is never changing. So, in that sense, all of these numbers are suspect. But before I actually test it on 86 box, I want to be clear about that, so it's not just a big waste of time. I am a bit intrigued to know why that number is different. Let's find out what it's printing here. I can't remember where that is. I assume it's in game state. It is. Oh, that is actually done with S-Break. Interesting. So that is changing. Print title string entering the front end. After entering the front end, it's gone up by 16k. After entering the front end. Why? Oh, okay. No, but again, that's gonna, even if Micmod allocates something, it's still gonna just come from the global pool, or the mega pool. More angry comments about memory. Well, that's actually fixed. Delete that angry comment. That's no longer true. I fixed that. That's no longer true either. That's all fine. That's all fine. Turns out all of this can go. macOS doesn't have any sort of unchanging info windows, that sort of behavior well. Yes, I think it's every time you open a window there's a new GUID, I think is basically what, I mean I don't know, but this was from reading the OBS forum. I suspect, I mean I feel like that's relatively new as well, I don't know though. But yeah, it does make things slightly annoying. In OBS terms, I mean. This is not true. None of these angry comments are relevant anymore. This was all fixed. I fixed all of that. Well, that's nice. But no. That can't allocate any memory. And as in printf. I mean, even if it did allocate any memory, I would be horrified if it was allocating 16k. And we're using printf in other places before this point, so if it was some sort of library allocation that happens on init, then it's not going to be that. I think that's not relevant. Okay. But there isn't anything in there. I'm paranoid now. What is that about? What is that 16k jump? Tell you where else I'm paranoid. What else makes me paranoid? Let's bring that back up again. Does it happen more than once? Skip. Fine. Get out. Skip, 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 skip. Get out again. Og. It doesn't. Okay. That's less concerning. It's weird that that value is 400k higher, though it did seem like the number was out by about 400k earlier, so in that sense, this number actually seems to be more accurate. Deeply strange, though. If that's the number coming from S-Break, although, and also actually, no, never mind. Cancel that thought. Indicated 2 meg, which is kind of bananas, but oh, I guess that includes the global pool. But then that's even stranger because that means we've got another increase there. Let's check what we're actually printing out at that point. What value that is. I assume that might be in main, actually. It is. Memavail. Memavail being... Memavail? Ah, okay, that's a different... Okay, yeah. Oh, that's a... Sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing anyway. Engine alloc is that one. Which is S-Break minus S-Break at start, right? Yeah. Okay. So that appears to be correct. So how is S-Break being pushed out? Is that 16k again? It is, isn't it? That's mysterious. 16k twice. That's not a coincidence. Checking these numbers definitely don't continue to increase. Would appear to. Well, I'll tell you something else. Actually, come to think of it, is the size of that megapool is too large currently. So, it's actually telling us that in the log. Yes, we're using what? Oh, okay, we've reset. That's why. Okay, yeah, that's not useful. I thought it was telling us we'd only use 300k, but we've only used 300k at this point when we've unloaded everything except the global data. Let's deliberately make it too small and see what changes. Alk. Which I've written out as a calculation because I can't remember what that is. I think it's 2.5 meg. So let's just make it, I don't know, 128k. That's definitely not enough. So this should just immediately run out of memory. Ultimately, I will want to okay. Now what? Let's not faff about with this. Let's actually just, once we've got into game, where's it gone? There it is. once we've got into the game and we haven't died, at that point, print out some information about the memory. What have we got? Those are probably not useful, I think. We're increasing the size when we do an inner pool. Do we decrease it on the free pool? Yes, we do. Okay, maybe those numbers are useful then. In which case, I actually thought oh, it's there. Okay. 3.8 meg. Maybe that's correct. No, because that will include the mega pool. Right, that's what I need to account for. Okay, so... If... mega pool created. No. Mega pool created. That is created, we must be talking about an actual allocation. And then the same for the free. This is the same problem. The flag's can't reasonably be unset. Oh, we've got it below. Oh. If you're not the mega pool, then do that. Job's good. Oh, I've left that at 128k. Let's not do that. Okay, put it back to 2.5 meg. Ooh, Monkey Island. Always nice. That's box. Go back in again just to see if we're still seeing changes. Imagine we are. Not fixed anything there. Okay. Log. Why does that one say changes? Okay. Zoiks. Okay, that's a bit more reasonable. No longer 3.8 meg, it's now 1.2. So, but as we've discovered though, where's the game pool? There we go. So we're not currently using. There's an extra buffer there for the other music track, so we need to add that to the peak pool memory, and that will get us the actual peak pool memory, which I'm just gonna do in one go, like that, and then add those together to get 1.3 meg-ish. So then we can go to here, chuck that in there, and that should be every byte we ever need in a single calloc call. By which I mean, this had better make CWS DPMI shut its pie hole. macOS window management is stuck in the dark ages. Is that true? I don't know that I've ever really looked into it too much. It's the main thing. I mean, I use Macs all the time. They're like my main thing. But they seem like, from my point of view, Apple seem obsessed with making me not want to write code for their platform. Like, every so often I think, oh, I could do with writing a tool for that. And I may as well write it native. I'm only going to use it on my computer. Oh, I suppose I'll have to learn Swift. And then I do about half an hour of a Swift tutorial and I go, do you know what? It's not worth it. I've got so annoyed in 30 minutes. I'm just going to give up. And then, then I spend another 90 minutes asking the internet if I can actually write a minimal Mac application in C++, and they go, well, sort of, yes, if you do this, but then this won't work. And do you know what? Never mind. I'll just write it in some horrible cross-platform toolkit and just pay the memory penalty. It's fine. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Quit. Dragon again. Because that allegedly cost us 16k more. And yet it's fine. Excellent. Loved it. Do you know what? I liked Objective-C. Bean, that's interesting to hear you say that, because yeah, people used to hate on Objective-C all the time, and I did not have a problem with it and thought there were several things about Objective-C that were quite nice. And I didn't really see, other than the fact that by the time they replaced Objective-C with Swift, I think there were there 4 different memory management strategies in Objective-C? None of which were compatible with each other. I could understand that was a problem that needed solving, but I didn't really see the need for a completely new programming paradigm. That's generally, in my experience, a bad idea. But yeah, anyway, like seeing the cool Smalltalk inspired dynamic object model drafting on. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I always rather liked the whole message passing thing in Objective-C. It's nice and straightforward. Anyway, I think after we've looked at this, I guess we're not actually printing out anything here after all. So put that back where it was. Pig pool. Yeah, I mean, if the pig pool memory was any higher, it would have died. So, in fact, it's, yeah, smaller because we're adding in the size of the other music track. Point is, though, that number is a heck of a lot smaller than 4 meg, and it's significantly smaller than 2.8 meg, which is what DOS says it has free in XMS, and it's significantly smaller than the 2.2 meg that it was otherwise complaining about earlier. So, it's time to find out if it works on a 4 meg fake machine. That's 4 meg. Take the CD out. If this does work, weirdly, I'm going to be slightly irritated, because the way that I was using memory before did not warrant the DPMI throwing away 500k of memory. But perhaps I'm speaking too soon. Perhaps it'll still die. If it does die when it thinks it's only using 1.3 meg of memory, then that will be substantially worse. God, I'm building this up, aren't I? Stream grammar. Is there anything else I want to do before it? Yes, I always forget to delete the log. That's it. Okay, let's go. Back. Okay. Okay. Really need to fix the VSync on that. So far, so good. Will it crash when we go back to the front end? It shouldn't, because it's not actually allocating anything to do this. Okay. Can we go again again? I always forget there's a briefing bit. Well, would you credit it? It turns out the solution to my problem of handling most of the memory myself, but leaving a tiny bit of it to the OS was to not let the OS do that bit either. Quite how making 8 to 10 allocations caused it to throw away half a meg of memory, I don't at all understand. But it no longer is, so that's good, if perplexing. Tell you what I should do. I should do a new game, because that will load the earlier music track, which is bigger, which should fit inside that 1.3 meg. Blah, 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 blah. In we go. Fingers crossed. Oh, there we go. That's working fine. Huh, indeed. I mean, it's sort of not huh in a sense, because we now know that's how much memory it's using. And that is substantially lower than any of the limits that we were getting anyway, that we could find, either according to DOS or according to the DPMI. It's a sort of a retroactive her, because it was her about what it was doing earlier. It was like, how come allocating 8 blocks instead of 1 caused it to throw away half a meg? I don't get that, and I don't think I will ever understand it. But it fits now. And it would appear to fit so far under the limit that I didn't even need to do any of the optimization work that I did this morning or in previous streams. I just needed to switch this over to be one giant pool and get the OS out of the way. Absolutely baffling. Well, not baffling, but I wouldn't expect this substantial a difference. And I can't account for that. We'll learn from this, but honestly, I wish I didn't have to. Yes. That, in a nutshell, Corten, I think epitomizes about 20 years of working in the games industry. I've learned this, but honestly, I wish I didn't have to. I think that most days when I'm doing client work with Unreal. I understand how this Unreal gameplay system works now, but honestly, I wish I didn't. Okay, enough bitching about Unreal. I do too much of that on work days. Basically never happy. I bitch about Unreal and I bitch about DOS as well. I'm just a bitchy person. I don't bitch about DOS, actually. It's just the memory thing. It's been puzzling. Everything else has been lovely. All right. Well, I mean, I guess that's good. It's sort of confusing, substantially, but it is good. And you know what, actually, it makes me want to do something else. It makes me want to go, okay, how much more memory can I actually have? Because the reason for all of this optimization, of course, is I want to add new enemies and new mechanics and stuff. And I don't really want to have to say minimum 8 meg machine, because it's a 2D 320 by 200 game. The fact it requires, or seemed to require, 4 meg was gratuitous. And putting a requirement of 8 meg just seems silly. But now it turns out we're not using anywhere near that much. It would be nice to know how much more space we can actually get. About 2.3 meg. I think that might be too much. Do I have a spare meg to play with? Actually, if what am I running it in DOSBox for? That's got 16 meg. That's not a very useful test. Quit, damn you, quit. There we go. Right, back to 86 box. Where's it gone? There it is. Oh, it's still running. Whoops, sorry. I thought it had crashed on the way out then, but no, it hadn't. Okay, excuse me, mad hiccup. Eject the build, put it back in again. Delete the log. Only 4 meg. I open 1 megabyte Tiger files and load them. And now it's not a streaming file open, it's all put in one big megabyte chunk before parsing. To be honest, I've actually been... Because like I've mentioned a couple of times about the fact that, you know, I learnt game coding as a kid on DOS, but in 16-bit DOS, you know, where you didn't have extended memory, you just had to fit into whatever conventional memory you had available. And that's been another thing, you know, coming back to DOS 30 years later and using DJGPP, is the fact that I can go, can you just load 2 meg into memory? And it'll go, yeah, fine. And it's sort of, you know, it seems impossible in a sense. Might have used a bit too much memory and CPU, just slightly. Well, if it's available, then you haven't used too much. That's how I'd put it. Well, and of course, I'm sort of chasing a slightly fictional idea anyway, which is I'm trying to make it sort of realistic for what a computer of the time would have been, like, you know, sort of trying to aim for this 386 in inverted commas target. But the reality is, I think even 86 box here, I can't remember what video card this is. Yeah, this is like a 16-bit ISA, which is probably accurate for what you would have had with your 386. You wouldn't have had PCI with a 386. You maybe would have had Visa Local Bus, I think. But you're actually probably, I think, quite likely to have had 8-bit ISA if you'd never bought a new video card. And for all that this game will run on a 386, it won't run on 8-bit ISA. Or, you know, it will, but it'll run like gas. Looming deadline made me abandon a lot of things near the end. Yes, absolutely. Like game jams as in life. Right, let's run this. That was weird. That seemed to... Okay, it seemed to take a long time before it even decided that it was going to die. But I assume if I look in the log... Okay. So, well, there we go. We've got interesting numbers there. We've asked for 2.2 meg, which I guess is what that number is. And it says it's got 80k less than that available. So, 2208 times 1024 is that. It claims to have this much available. I'd like the lot, please. I'll be intrigued to see if this works. I mean, one of the things I'm keenly aware of, sort of talking about resource sizes and things, is this inverted commas registered version that I'm making now, because I'm putting FMVs in it. Any notion of it being small has gone out the window, like in terms of the file size. It still doesn't load that much in memory when it's playing the FMV, but because I've essentially had to invent my own rubbish codec to encode the video in, yeah, those videos are necessarily going to be quite large. So in my imagination, the shareware is the floppy disk version and the registered version is CD-ROM. I'm allowing myself that because it's supposed to be 1994 and we definitely had CDs by then, so it's fine. Of course, that then rather poses the question, well, yeah, but who had a CD-ROM in their 4 meg 386? Not many, I'd wager. But that's not the point. Use Bing. I did originally look into what's it called? The predecessor to Bing. A whole bunch of games at the time used. Smacker. Smacker was Rad's one, because Bink is made by a company called Rad. Yeah, Smack was the one they did. Smacker was the one they did for DOS, and I think early Windows as well. And yeah, if you go looking for Smacker on the web, you find a couple of sort of like there's an open source converter that will take Smacker files and output images and waves so that you can play them on modern systems. And there's some talk of it being... It's never been open sourced, but there's talk of the encoder program made by Rad, which only runs on like Windows 98, that was made freeware. So you can use it if you want, is the general view. And I went looking into this because I thought, oh, well, that's perfect. I'll just use that, because Rad will certainly have done a better job than I ever could in making a codec. And so I went to download their encoder, because I've got a Windows 98 PC sat next to me. And Rad were bought by Epic a couple of years ago, and I suspect that is why their freeware video encoder is no longer available on their website. It's linked from various places on their website, but if you follow the link, it ends up taking you back to the front page. So evidently they've very quietly taken the encoder back down again. And I can find no official reference from Rad themselves saying this is available for public use. And so because of that, I was like, I'm not sure I want to use this. Because I feel like, yeah, I could get screwed over royally later on. A dodgy official video loader, can't remember it being Bingo Smacker, but never any source code. They were, oh yeah, by Epic, yeah. I assume that's what that was a response to. But yeah, so when I found I couldn't find an official, because you would think there would just be one sort of slightly fanfare-filled page on their website saying, "We have bestowed this great gift upon the community." They would absolutely make PR out of it quite reasonably, and there's no such page on their website. So, yes, I've assumed that it's to do with the Epic takeover, but I don't know if that's the case. I was going to take this number down, wasn't I? Have I already done that? I don't remember. 2208. Time 1024 2260992. Oh yeah, that is. I've updated that number. Sorry. This is me being put off again. I think I've already built this, but I'm going to build again anyway. Couldn't remember what big company bought them exactly. Yeah, Epic, course. But yes, I think I noticed because I upgraded Unreal at some point, and I happened to notice when it was cooking at one point that there were reference to a whole bunch of Rad's texture compression algorithms, and I was like, those are Rad. Go and check the news. Oh, they've been bought. Oh, fair enough. Anyway, right, that's built again. Back to 86 box. DGP definitely would make streaming video off disk difficult or impossible. I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, the problem is I've never had at any point, I've never had actual real 386 hardware. I've got, because my DOS PC that sat next to me is a Pentium 200, which, is not really a reasonable test. I can underclock the CPU, turn off the cache and various other things, and you can get it to behave quite slowly. In fact, you can get it to behave very slowly. But it's still not slow in the same places as an actual 386 would be. The hard disk is still much faster. The bus is still much faster, etc., etc. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm putting the FMV in because I think it's fun, and because over 99% of the people that ever play this silly DOS game will be running it in DOSBox anyway. And so none of this matters. But it seems to behave all right on 86 box. And while 86 box is not anywhere near a sensible reflection of how the real hardware behaves, it does seem... the disk access is a heck of a lot slower on 86 box than it is on my PC. I'll put it that way. So I don't know. I'll just make it, and then when we find out that somebody with an actual 386 has tried, somebody with an actual 386 and a CD-ROM drive has tried to run it, we'll find out whether it works or not. Right, let's run this again. Eject, put it back in again. Get rid of the log. If I didn't update the X2. Okay, died again. There you go. That's sort of typical. Failed to allocate 2208K because there's only 2208K available. 86 boxes way faster to access than any real computer. That's true. Other than that, it's reasonably realistic. It seemed to do a relatively decent job of the bus speed, certainly compared to a DOSBox. But then that's because DOSBox, I don't imagine, tries to simulate the bus at all. Anyway, what am I doing here? Because this is annoying. The reason why this in particular is annoying is because it means that we can't just say, when we come to allocate the megaball, we can't just go, how much memory do you have? I want that much. Because that will always fail. That was one of the early experiments I was doing with that memtest program, was trying to figure out, well, what's the difference? Like, do I say all the memory minus 128K? Does that then work? And it's not that straightforward, sadly. No, TGP has 2 or 3 official ways of looking at memory. Yes, it does. And their official line on it is, like, I'm going to look up the web page now because there's quite a telling statement about it. DGBP, I'm going to say DGBP free memory. That'll probably find it. Frequently asked questions. Oh, this is not the DGBP site, though. Might be a little bit out of date. It's in here somewhere. Nope. Nope. Memory. Sorry, I've been totally put off by reading this unrelated webpage. That was of interest. Excellent. I don't know why you felt the need to make that terrible noise. Let's reboot. That's the other fun you get from playing with memory. It does make 86 box go a bit crackers sometimes. I thought I would have seen a new debug there. Interesting. Interesting. I just killed. It's not even going to run. More beeping. I don't even know if that's valid. Is that fine? Okay. A chunk more free XMS now. But does the behavior change? is my question. I mean, yeah, if I run it again, it will presumably now fit because it's now got 256k more. I can't actually remember what value that was left with. Bill, that's not a command. I'm in the wrong folder. Okay, so that's going to run now. Get on with it. Quit. And then back to the code. So that's going to fit again. Oh, sorry, what I should have done was I should have looked. Should I? I didn't go into the game. We don't have peak memory. I'll have to actually go into the game. I've just seen a suggestion. I went looking for that page and I came across a different one, which suggested that actually weird memory behavior might not be the DPMI's fault. It might be AMM386's fault. And I hadn't even considered that. So let's just get this to tell us peak memory usage again. Okay, it's 12639 plus that. Okay, so those numbers are still the same. That's fine. So if I go back here and put that number back. Okay, so that number didn't work earlier. Rebuild. Just try to pretend EMS doesn't exist. Yes. It was quite fun sort of having to relearn, well, not relearn, learn for the first time what the differences between all of those things were. Because these were all just magic words when I was a kid, you know, things that you just played with on the boot disk until they worked. And yes, EMS probably shouldn't have existed. I think is probably the best way of looking at it. Right, this guy. Eject, put it back in again. Okay, that one. Read the log. Let's get that bit. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So now we can push this even further. It said 2208K previously, didn't it? So 2208 plus 256, which is apparently what M386 takes on startup. That gets us to 2464, which is this number. So in theory, that's how much memory is actually available. What I'm wondering is, with M386 out of the way and not doing anything potentially in response to allocations, are we being told the truth now about free memory? That's what I'm wondering. So, I honestly suspect we're probably not, but it would be nice. What a nightmare it was getting games to run, it's true, even now emulators struggle mightily, yes indeed. I mean, I'm not... At the same time that I'm doing this is very interesting, but I'm not sure I actually want to do it, if you see what I mean, because I don't want to have to tell people you're going to have to take M386 out of your config sys to make this work. It's unnecessary for a start. It's basically, that would make my life easier as a programmer, but that's not a reasonable reason to force it on users. I don't think it's going to run anyway. But yeah, even just like streaming games from the from the PC, from the DOS PC. I've seen the fun of, how people were writing all these different games specifically, making different choices about what they thought was the best way to handle memory. So, like, Beneath the Steel Sky was insisting that it didn't have enough memory to run until I gave it EMS, which is just extraordinary to me that anybody uses EMS. But then I had to, I was streaming 2 games at different days of the week. And so I had to keep on changing my config sys, switching between 2 different configurations, one with EMS and one without. All very silly. Emulators too realistic because audio works perfectly far too often. I mean, it often works much better than it did on the hardware. I think most of the emulators pretend to be MT32s and all the rest of it, don't they? Or they can do rather easily. Anyway. Okay, that died. That's interesting. And that should tell us not enough memory. Oh, that's great. You wanted 2.4 meg, but we've only got 2.5 available, so you can get wrecked. Oh, well, I mean, that's good. That means it's not, even if M386 is part of this, it's not the cure-all. So it means I don't have to go and tell people to take it out of their config sys. Is this going to go weird again? No, okay. I guess what we have learned, though, is, well, can I have another 500k? I'm going to need to reboot it. I did reboot it after I changed the config sys earlier. Okay, I'll reboot anyway. Right, and then in the meantime, build that again. Because with 1.8 meg, that should certainly fit. Multiple installs of DOSBox, 86box, backups, VMware, and VirtualBox virtual machines. Quite frankly, absurd how much needs to be installed to get the range of games running. Yeah, it's fair. I suppose in many ways it's never really got better either, has it? It got more complicated. Right, I'm running the wrong thing. I want to go back to 86box. Excuse me. Update. That's it. Yeah. I mean, yeah. As soon as it changes the video mode, it must have enough memory. Okay, so that's cool. That means I definitely have 500k to play with. Probably more like, I think probably about, maybe not 900, maybe 800. Either way, 500k ought to be more than enough to... Wait a minute. There's something else is worth trying here, isn't it? I shall finish the first thought first. 900k is more than enough for me to add all the features I was intending to add, so that's good. This will all fit inside 4 meg. Of course, the other thing I'm ignoring is that number is below 2 meg. Quite substantially below 2 meg. FreeXMS isn't, though. Of interest. If we put it down to 2 meg, no, wait, edit the config sys first. If we edit the config sys to go as much FreeXMS as wrong XMS, wrong file. You haven't made one, have you? Okay. Absolutely was not the intent today, but I'm just intrigued now. Can I reduce... Oh, there's no mouse drive. There used to be smart drive, not anymore. Yeah, that's all just Sound Blaster setup. CD driver, which actually I need. Okay, can't really get rid of anything else. let's bring it down to 2 meg. Will it run? It's going to be very tight. Because once you've taken the conventional memory off 2 meg, you're getting very close to 1.3 meg already. So yeah, I don't think there's any way we're going to be able to get this to fit, but it is intriguing. Tantalizing, rather. What does Mem say? No, look at that. Even Mem says we don't have the room. Total memory is 1.6. But something's taking up 600k. Not immediately clear what. Oh, unless it's the 587. Is that number? 1675 plus 587. 2262. I mean, not plus 587, minus 587. Yes, okay, that is that number minus that number. So, what's the 373k then? It's everything added together, sorry, not paying attention. Oh, reserve 256k, I didn't even notice that. Okay, yeah, we've been nobbled by the reserved. Oh, that's upsetting though. I don't know, it's gone to my head now that I've managed to get it to fit inside 4 meg. Now I'm thinking, oh, it'd be nice to fit it inside 2. I forget which number is DOS itself. DOS is all over the place. So some of it depends on the auto exec. I think everything's in upper memory here. Yeah, MSC DEX is load high, and then in 26, I think this is all. Oh, you got a couple of device drivers there, which are not device high. So as I understand it, the 53k of conventional is DOS. I mean, I suppose actually you can pretty much say anything that's used at this point, other than the reserved, is DOS. The 64k of used XMS is a bit neat, 64. So that feels like that's just a block. That's not actually being used for anything in particular. It's just reserved for something later, I'd guess. But yeah. Well, I guess we'll put this back up to 4 meg again. I can't see the button because it's behind the microphone. There it is. The memories are coming back. The memories you never wanted. Always seems to be at least 200k. Yep. Always the bit that you're fighting over with your boot discs. Usually quite a bit more. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, back to the code, I guess, because I think we've achieved the thing we set out to do. Although this code does need tidying up, actually, because it's got that rather grisly hack, and then an even worse grisly hack below. And we have to deal with that, but we're essentially doing that inside alloc now, so we don't need that at all. Intriguing day. Right, that's still broken. Oh, I don't know if I had a to-do for it, actually. I think I deleted it. Yes, I did. Oh well. Right, well, I'm going to commit what we've got anyway. That one. Well, excuse me. What are we calling this? Megaball. It's in 4 meg now. Exclamation mark. That warrants an exclamation mark. Okay. Right, I'll tell you what is warranted for me. 5 minutes stand up and a cup of tea. So I will be back in about 5 minutes. Right, back again. And now I have tea. Hurrah! So, I think if I don't tidy it up now, I probably never will. So, let's tidy up this slightly hacky alloc code and make it slightly less hacky, but only slightly. So I think what I want to do... Yeah, I can think of a few ways that we could make this nicer, but... I feel like since it's the nicest way, it's not the nicest way, but it's... I don't know, doesn't matter. No, I'm going to finish that thought. Let's just go ahead and do it with a flag. I'll put the flag in the functions or in the memory pools themselves. Both essentially waste the same amount of memory. This way hides it from the coder. I am the coder, but you know what I mean. Okay, fine. Flag goes in here then. Mega pool equals... No, you're not. Right. And then we go up here. We can get rid of... Can we get rid of that? Yes, we can, because we no longer care about it. In pool, and then, if that's okay, mega pool dot... What did I just call that field? Mega pool dot mega pool. Brilliant. Let's call it isMegapool. Megapool is Megapool. That also sounds ridiculous, but I'm going with it. You get that flag set, we carry on. And then, rather than asking, has it been created, we say, with pool, whoops, is Megapool. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. You mean is not Megapool. So I want to swap those around because I don't like if not. If nots are always slightly confusing to read, I find. So let's swap those around. If it is the Megapool, then we actually want to allocate memory. Otherwise, we want to allocate it from the Megapool. That's slightly nicer. Again, that's if not Megapool. Because we don't want to count the Megapool's allocations into the peak memory usage. And then the free. Down here somewhere. Yes, that has to go. That's going to prevent me sleeping if that stays in. Free the pool memory. Yes, only do that if it is a Megapool. Otherwise, just decrement that. Okay. Tempted to get rid of all this commented out code as well. I don't know that it's that useful. It's actually going to disable. I'll leave that one in. Clearly this one can't be that important because I've not had it commented out for ages. Okay. I don't think there was any other references to it, was there? Why did we reference it outside the alloc namespace? We did solve now. I suppose when the engine allocates it in the first place. Alright, fine. Okay, when we set the marker and reset it. So That's the reset. That remains fine. Okay. And we must... Do we set it in the engine? We must do. Actually, oh, there it is. Team main. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's find Git again. Oh, I should probably build it first. Alright. Say what? Give it a quick run, make sure it's not died. It's died. Okay. What did I do? Oh, we're still building the release one. That's not helpful. Initialize pool again. I mean, I guess. No, hang on, we can't be what? Is this the release build or not? I am confused. It's not. It's just that that doesn't have a name. Okay, so you're just... Oh, I am a buffoon. Yep, that's not going to work now, is it? Because we're calling init there, and it's init is the thing that's checking that flag. So we can't very well set it there. Okay. I guess we just need to do that before the init, which is slightly grizzy, but fine. It does mean we can shorten that. Try again. Oh wow. Rainbow Islands. This theme tune is one of those ones that's burned into my brain from playing it endlessly on the Amstrad of all platforms. Possibly the worst port of Rainbow Islands in the world. I still played it. I had notions years ago. I bought an Amstrad 6128 Plus a few years back for obvious nostalgia reasons. And I had notions of teaching myself Z80 assembler for that and making the Rainbow Islands that the 6128 Plus deserved. Because the 6128 Plus had very, very slight hardware acceleration. Like it had some support for sprites where the Amstrad 464 didn't. But nobody bothered taking advantage of it because the 6128 Plus was so late. And they all the games for the 6128 were just the 464 ones in slightly different packaging. And so, yeah, Rainbow Islands was still crummy, and it could have been so much better. I did some Z80 CPC programming last year. Oh, cool. I never finished that, did I? So I had the intention of doing that, and I could never figure out a sensible workflow for it. I think if I remember rightly, the emulator I found for CPC that seemed sort of most amenable to writing code was Windows only, I think. I don't think I found a decent one for the Mac that seemed to enable me to write code for it particularly well. Like it was sort of I don't remember the details, but I seem to remember it being like a 17-stage process every time I wanted to update code. And it was all just seemed a bit too much effort. And so, yeah, I gave up on it. AceDL. Not even heard of that one. I'm going to look this up while we're talking. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, I've accidentally done that with a not private window. What am I doing? It's by Roodoo. Is that Jog? Hello there, Jog. With a delightful little cat pet emoji. How are you doing today, Jog? And who's Roodoo? You said that in a way that suggested I should know. Roodoo.com, SDL. Someone's got to pet the alley cat. Oh, I like alley cat. Share workflow script to be like, yeah, that might be handy actually, Bean. Thank you. How can you do that? Are you on? I hate to say it because I don't like it, but are you on Discord? Because I'm on Discord. You can find me on there. Otherwise, I'm totally. This is not an interesting screen. I'm busily looking at this website while we've got a terminal on the screen. Let's run this game and see if it actually runs after this tidying up has occurred. That's not the right screen, is it, OBS? Come on. That's the one. But that runs, so it was briefly broken and now it's unbroken again. So that's got to be good. That's all fine. In we go. Into the game. Marvellous, considering that done. Okay. Commit that. Doink. Doink. Megaport tidying. Done. Okay. Attack of the killer tomatoes. I'll track you down. It's a tremendously sinister thing to say, Beam. Marvellous. So you see graphic improvements are a bit rubbish. Okay. Auto sprites nowhere to point them to system RAM. Oh, so you need to re-upload them? Vomit worthy. Okay. That's a shame. I mean, I say that's a shame. I'd never even learned enough to do, you know, a game without the hardware assistance. So I guess it's not worked out. Not that helpful. But yes. You might already be on the. Are you on the retro Discord? Bean, because I'm on there. What's it even called? Retro Computer Streamers. It's called now. You am okay. So yeah, find me in there then. I assume I must be called Crossle. I'm called Crossle everywhere else. How do I even find out? Yes, I am. I'm called Crossle. And where have I posted recently? Oh, there we go. I have the last post in the Game Jam 2025 channel. So you can find me there. That said, have you seen Sonic the Hedgehog just came out for the GX4000? I have not. I saw this guy's webpage made me think of, I remember seeing somebody a little while ago demoing like is that it there? Have I just scrolled down and found it? There was some guy who was demoing like a multitasking window OS for the Amstrad, which was like mind-boggling. It might be this same guy. Excuse me, same person. I'm not sure. Anyway. What's that? Let me check out the Sonic game. It's insane. It's kind of adorable. If somebody finds out how to make an Amstrad really good 30, 40 nearly years later. GX 4000, no, not 400, that's not a thing. Sonic. Get out of town. That's not what that looks like. Great, adverts. I love YouTube. Shh. Be silent, adverts. Skip. Not under license from Sega. Well, yes, obviously. I appreciate I'm not streaming this, but the music's already adorable. Right, get on with it. That's pretty fast. That's pretty impressive, that. Wow. Okay, the music's inventive. Right, enough of that. I'm supposed to be coding. That's cool though. Right, what am I doing? This is done. We can close this. We can close this. We can close all of this. Don't care about that anymore. Back to the to-do list. Here we are. Still have that bug. Do I want to deal with that, or do I want to do that? Which I said I was going to do about 3 hours ago. So maybe we'll do that. Incidentally, one of the things I want to do with the registered version is, inspired by watching somebody playing RoboCod, I thought it would be nice to put really gratuitous product placement into the game. So I was thinking maybe like some sort of, maybe like not Babybel, but that type of product, given that cheese is mentioned in the plot. So I thought, yeah, we might have some sort of fictional cheese product that you're supposed to collect for bonuses. That seems gratuitous and, in my opinion, funny. But anyway. Right. Anyway, what I was actually going to do is look at that. So at the moment, let's show the game. Where is the game? Run the game. The game that I've just closed. That's not the game, is it, OBS? Come on. It's there. So we go into this bit. There we go. This is the bit I'm on about. Weirdly enough, this is one of the worst performing sections of the game. Because it's just written badly. Because it was written in a hurry. One of the major reasons why it performs so badly is because the entire game is double buffered, which means this entire thing is being redrawn every single frame, including all of the text, which is actually surprisingly expensive. And of course you can see right now it's not animating at all. This is a static screen. There is no reason for it to be constantly updating the screen. But right now it is redrawing that whole thing like 30 or 60 frames a second, which is just gratuitous and silly. So what I'd like to do is to disable the double buffer at this point, and then we just draw onto the screen the bits that change. And that'll make it run a lot faster, and it'll make me feel better. Because in fact this is so slow on the 386 that I can't afford to have the text come in a letter at a time. Because by the time it gets to the end of the string, it costs so much to draw all of the text every frame that it slows to a crawl. So the 386 animates the boxes onto the screen, and then the text all appears in one go. And it's entirely because it's double buffered. So I should like to change that. Let's get rid of this. Get off the screen. Get off. Go away. Get off the screen. There we go. So that will require quite a few changes. So the mode is called briefing, but briefing, I seem to recall, doesn't really do a great deal of anything. Yeah, it's just looking to see which dialogue it wants to play and then passing that to the dialogue module. Oh, and then playing some music and then show dialogue. And that's all it does. And there's the double buffer stuff happening there, which we want to get rid of. So, what's the first thing we want to do then? I guess, because we're already doing it in the title screen, which is the FMV, there it is. We want to turn the back buffer off. That's the first thing we want to do. Does the title screen turn it back on again? Yes, it does. I thought maybe somebody else did that, but no. We've decided that the state is responsible for turning it back on again when it's done. Okay. So we're going to want to get rid of that. I assume, yeah, we can't be doing anything in the render then. Well, except the actual render. But there's just no bubble buffer call on the end. No swap buffer call, excuse me. Right, so that can go as well. So if we were to run that right now, we'd get the same thing, but it would be a flickery mess on the 386. Let's prove that. Build. More tea. Come on, compiler. Thank you. Actually, let's run it on 86 blocks, because then we can see just how horrible it will look. Okay, eject. Is it me, or is this music upsettingly BP? It's Golden Axe, is it? I'm sure it'll be over in a minute. Right, have I just ejected the CD? I can't remember. That's delete the log. Abundance of paranoia. Update the exe. So there we go. There's no back buffer there, and the V-Sync's out of sync, which is why that looks a bit weird. Then we switch the back buffer back on again for the menus, which again, we don't need a back buffer here either. Although, with the Starfield in the background, would be a bit of a faff to do it without a back buffer, so I don't know. Decide on that later. This will probably look terrible. Okay, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, that's why we have a back buffer, is to prevent doing that. But the alternative is, especially at this point, it doesn't need to be redrawing the screen. It can just draw it once and then leave it alone. Anyway, I shall get that off the screen. Has that? That seems to have... Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, we've got some weird issues with the logic when the back buffer turned off as well, which needs to be fixed. There we go, into the game, and then we quit that. Okay, fine. So, I suppose as a start, where's dialogue gone? It's down here. Excuse me. As a start, it would be nice to just not draw anything once the text is finished animating onto the screen, because we don't need to be drawing anything at that point. Draw, draw. Okay, no, this music is actually doing my nut in right now. Can we do something less BP? Better. Okay, animation, boxes appearing, text appearing. And then when we're showing, we don't need to do anything. We will need to carry on animating to take things off the screen again. Okay. Let's give that a go. Build again. There we go. So it flickers while it's animating, but at this point it's not drawing anything, so it looks fine. Now, what is happening here when we advance from this point? It disappears completely until we advance again, and then it skips 2 lines of dialogue. All because we've disabled the back buffer, which is kind of fascinating. Why is that happening? Not at all sure. Oh, and that looks terrible. Okay. So the box is animating off the screen. I guess when they animate on the screen, it's going to look terrible as well, but I'm just not noticing it for some reason. But certainly when they're disappearing, it looks bad. Now, what does image draw region do? Or rather, how does it do the draw region? Wait a minute. I think, okay, so no, I don't think the problem is draw region. I think draw region is probably about as optimized as it can be. I don't think we're going to be able to magically make that faster. I think the reality is we're just drawing quite a large image. Yeah, there's nothing particularly shocking about that code. It just goes to the right region. So the issue isn't draw region. The issue is it's not even that we want to turn the back buffer off for the whole thing. We just want to turn it off where it isn't needed. And it is needed here. So, title screen is going to, well, you can re-enable it, I guess, or you can make sure it's enabled. And you know what, I'll leave those calls in because they're harmless, and then dialogue itself can make the decision per state. But then the question is, if this thing is toggling the back buffer on and off, this is the code that's the title screen. I didn't mean you, I meant briefing. You're responsible for then swapping the buffers over. If you call video swap buffers and the back buffer is disabled, does that actually do nothing? I assume it doesn't. Because as long as it doesn't do anything, we can just go ahead and do that. Oh dear, it doesn't check. Is there a flag for? There must be. Set back buffer enabled. Oh, it's not in this. It's actually not an inline function. Okay, but we've got a flag for it. So I don't really want to put the check inside swap buffers because that means it's constantly being checked all the way through the game. I think it makes more sense for just the briefing state to pay that cost, minor though it is. If back buffer enabled, swap buffers. So that should allow us to turn the back buffer on and off at will within dialog. So, where have we got a? Okay, so this is the function that. No, this gets called when you hit space. This is not used internally. Ah, we've got a set state though. Where's set state? There it is. Yeah, that's where we skip the text appearing. Wow, that looks like a hideous hack. Not entirely clear what that does. Probably need to work that out. But this is also the point where we want to say switch state. So it was when the boxes are appearing or disappearing, we want to keep them, but I can't remember what those states are called. Where's my enum? Oh, there it is. So top box appearing, not the text. Top box appearing, bottom box appearing, boxes disappearing. All three of those need to have the back buffer on. What's that? It's so weird. You're not helping, text mate. Do you want me to put braces in? Would that make you feel better? There you go. Set back buffer. Bolt. Braces. Back buffer. Enabled. Pulse. Okay. So that should help things a little bit. But you know what I want to do actually? Let's turn that off again. It's right there. Let's take that out again so that we actually see the text animals in, so we can see just how bad that is on the 386. Oh, curses. I guess I did mean that. Thank you, compiler. Yep. Uh, 86 box. Take the CD out. Put the CD back in again. Update the XE. Skip. Skip. Yeah, that looks terrible. And then it's solid again there, because we're not doing anything. And then we've still got this weird bug where that's playing the text printing sound effect. That's interesting. I'm going to press that again. And then, yeah, that's hideous again. Then it's done, and then when it animates off again, it should be fine. Ooh, it's very much not fine. Why did that look terrible? I am puzzled by that. I'm looking at the wrong file. Is that not? That's got to be boxes disappearing. Oh my, look who's writing terrible code. Good lord, if you're writing a switch statement, remember to put the break in. Crikey, how long have I been programming? Dear oh dear. This tea's not strong enough. Back to there. Pop the ZD out, put it back in again. Update the XE, move the mouse pointer. I didn't need to clear the screen, but I like to. Always nice to tidy up your letters. Tidy up your letters? No, tidy up your letters. Right, text printing is still horrible, but we've not done anything with that. The boxes animating on were solid though. Fine, fine, fine. That's weird in a slightly different way, but whatever. that was kind of solid, but it was alternating between two frames, one of which was incorrect, which means we've only rendered... That's odd, actually. The box is disappearing. We haven't done anything with the rendering of that. We're still drawing it. That was strange. Am I missing a state here? Don't appear to be. Is it? No. I'm thinking maybe it's because there's an image left over when we re-enable the back buffer, but even if that were the case, it would only be wrong for one frame. And then it would be fine. What is that doing? Let's see that again. Good. Good. Yeah, fair enough. That's still weird, but sure. And then that will animate off. Why is that doing that? That was extremely strange. Because it looks like the box animation itself was correct, but the background image somehow wasn't. Oh, I see, right, yeah, we're redrawing. It's like... No, I don't really know what that's doing. Why does that look like that? Unless it's exit, but that's not going to be this. Exit. Well, even is dialogue exit. There it is. Yeah, that just unloads a sound. So that's not going. Do you know what? No, that's not going to help. Oh, window gone weird. There we go. Are you? I'll go back to not showing, which will... Yeah, no, it's not that, because we're still animating. It looks weird during the animation. So while it's continuing to call this code, it's like it's drawing those images in the wrong place. Wait a minute. Maybe it is when we turn the back buffer back on again. It's not resetting things properly. Video. Okay, we're the top left when it's switched off. You say that, and yet it is commented on. So they're just not touching it at all. Full offset. I suppose that makes sense. If you turn it off, then you probably want to draw over the top of, or you might want to draw over the top of what's already been drawn. But that's not what's on screen. It's almost like it's scrolled the screen slightly, but that definitely can't be the case. There's not really any scrolling this early on. Look at that again. I'll try and record the screen, which, while I have OBS streaming, may be a bit peculiar. We'll see if it works. Screen still alive? Well, it does appear to be. Alright. Carry on. Time. Right. Let's get that. Next up there about any of these bits. Even that line of text reappears. So that's definitely something that's left over in the buffer. Quit that for now. That is not the right button. Oh well, I've killed 86 box. Right, I'll very quickly have a look at that video. Yeah, that's somehow only rendering to one buffer. Only, that's the wrong one. That's the one I want. If it's enabled, swap the buffers. Wait a minute. I don't think that's relevant. Let's check. Dialogue showing. Is dialogue showing? There it is. If this takes anything other than not showing, yeah, fair enough. I sort of feel like maybe we should if you are turning the back buffer off, then reset to the top left of the memory. If you're turning the back buffer on, Well, you should... I feel like you should probably just go to the other black buffer offset. Let's try that. And then I think that's exactly what these are. And again. Okay. Okay, maybe one shoved down there. So buffer 1 is the lower one. But then... no, we don't want to set the start address because that's what we're looking at. So we just want to say buffer offset is buffer 1. So then any subsequent rendering calls will go to the off-screen buffer, then we do the swap buffers, that will become live, then any subsequent drawing calls to that will go to the off-screen buffer again, so we shouldn't get anything left over. I'm still slightly confused about why we're getting anything left over now, but... Oh, and I've killed 86 blocks in the meantime, and that was foolish. Down on the 386 again. Not that 86 blocks. That 86 blocks. There we go. I don't think this is going to make any difference. It's good. Blah, 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 blah. No, still weird. Seems like it's just that central. Where's the video gone? It's really strange. It has to be the scroll offset, surely. But why? Nobody does any scrolling at this point. Reset scroll happening. How do we do the scrolling? And who's doing it? Set minus scroll deferred, set offset. And that's all going to be in world, I think. I don't think anyone's going to be calling any of this outside of the actual game code. Yeah, there it is in world. So this is all game code. Buffer scroll offset right there. So I think this is coincidental. I think it happens to look like a scroll, but it actually isn't one. It's just offset the video buffer for some reason. What is that? Oh, that's fine. Let's defer pixels. No, because the thing that's moving is the image. That's not done with deferred. It's not going to be U, and it's not going to be U either. I can't imagine that's not initialized. That would have been a problem a long time before now. It's not actually set to anything. This is, the tune is Lotus, I think. Let me check. Yes, Lotus 3. I want to look in. Mine scroll deferred is set to 0. So that's not going to change. So no, I can't believe that it's anything to do with scrolling. That doesn't make any sense. It's strange that it doesn't. It seems to be drawing something different on different frames. Different buffers. Okay, so I know what we can do. We can say briefing. No, dialogue. Where's the box is disappearing. I'm looking at drawn. There we go. Box is disappearing, and then how are we animating that? We're doing it with stake frames here, size. Okay, how about if we don't animate the boxes at all? We just keep drawing them exactly where they are. Do they then start wobbling as well? That would be intriguing. Because the bit that's behaving strangely no, it's not that bit, is it? It's just whatever's... Oh, it's just whatever's left on the screen. Which should be correct, but it evidently isn't for some reason. So can we sort of hack around this, even if only temporarily, by saying an image... image. That's it loaded. Oh, and then we draw it there. And then we draw it to both buffers there. If we've turned off the double buffer before this point, that should still work. But, abundance of paranoia, you stop touching the back buffer at all. Where's it gone? There it is. They just let dialogue do it. So it's going to be on when we come in. That's definitely going to work as intended. And then we're in. Do we get triggered? Yes, we get called. Show dialogue is called, and that presumably sets the state. Show dialogue sets the state topic. Okay, sure. So as soon as we actually start drawing anything on the screen, it'll make a decision about whether the back buffer should be on or not. So that's correct. So, is that enough in itself? Just in case that weird little bug is... Oh well, it wasn't really a bug, it was just an inconsistency. I kind of don't want to change... No, it's not in there, it's in the CPP, because it's not called that often. I don't want to change that if I don't need to. So let's try that. CD swap. assuming this won't have affected anything. I'll probably skip this again, even though it goes a bit weird. And then... no. Whoa. Yeah, that hasn't changed anything. But what I'm thinking we can do... oh my! Yes, the double buffer's not been switched back on again. Whee! This is going to be hideous. Yeah, okay, let's quit that before we cause anybody any problems. Right, dialogue should do it on the way out. Do you know what? No, the briefing can do it on the way out, just to make sure. Put it out, back, buffer, enabled, true. It's a bit weird that it's enabling it, but not disabling it, but... okay. Don't want to touch that still. What I actually want... have I got it in the clipboard? Yes, I have. What I want to do is... I think maybe every time we do a set state, maybe it would make sense to redraw that background. After that one. Yep. Right. Hasn't made any of the other states any more broken than they, except for that one. Ah, because yes, now that's gone into whatever the state is called when it's stopped animating, so it shouldn't redraw the background image then, because it's obliterated what was there. The little wobble happened in the middle then. That was interesting. Skip that. What even is that? That's several frames old. And didn't fix the problem at the end anyway. Okay. There is something peculiar going on here. And that ain't fixing it. That's largely just making everything worse. So let's not do that. At the same time, yeah, I'm going to end up having a second switch on state after that point. Let's just try this. Just because I want to see if I unbreak the other issues. I don't think it is. I think it looked like it was going to be broken anyway. But if I redraw that image just before we start animating the boxes disappearing, does that solve the problem? Assuming it won't. Intriguing if it doesn't, then, well, it's intriguing that it's broken at all. It's really not complicated code. Evidently there's something going peculiar in there. And if the image is wobbling horizontally, that does really suggest there's an offset. Strange. Well, do you know what, actually? I didn't. I distracted myself then. I can't remember if I reset the CD. Right, up dat 4E. That's not a command. Let's test this again, and I'm sure it'll still be broken. And then, do you know what? Why not at the same time? What's my magical key press that I added the other week? Is it P? P. Take screenshot. Yes. I think we'll have some of that. I don't think I've done it on 86 box before. This'll take some time. Back. I forgot to press the button, but that actually looked fine. The central part of the image wasn't wobbling after that. So that means it was just data left over in the old frame that was somehow horizontally offset. That's really strange. Okay, now I'm going to break it again. I must know what is going on. Okay, don't do that again. Let's see if I can get a screenshot of the entire memory. Because I want to see if the top and bottom video buffers are misaligned. I don't understand how they could be, but that is certainly what it looks like they are. Skip. 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 Are you ready on the P? Alright, there's the last line. What? Here we go, taking a screenshot. Taking a very long time to take a screenshot. There we go. We get into game, and then we will quit. So we should now have, what's it called? Take screenshot, which outputs screen.bump. There it is. How am I going to get it off 86 box? I hadn't considered that. I think, in theory, I'm supposed to be able to mount the 86 box disc. Oh, hang on. If I try and copy it back onto a CD-ROM, is the OS going to be sensible and try and prevent that? Presumably it is, even though it's not actually a CD-ROM. Can you copy that onto my CD, please? Damn. Crap. How am I going to get this off here? Or do I just run it in DOSBox? Maybe I just run it in DOSBox. I bet it behaves differently in DOSBox. DOSBox, there it is. Boink. Skip. It's going to be harder to get because it's going to run faster in this one. In fact, it may not. We might not even see the issue. Oh, that's pretty wobbly. That doesn't look great. Okay. It really does go strange when you advance. Okay. Okay. That got us a screenshot. Didn't need you, 86 box. Right then. Where's my screenshot gone? Code. Scan. Build. Screen bump. Okay, let me open that in a sprite. A sprite on OBS. Where's my A sprite scene? There it is. Clunk. So this is the entire contents of memory, a VGA memory. Those look identical to me, apart from the text. I mean, the background image looks the same. Let's see if we can prove that. Yeah, there it is. 320 by 200. 320. Left, left, left. No, that's 319. 320. Here we go. I suppose if I copy that, whoops, hello. And then I paste it on top of that one. Eh? I actually can't tell where the edge is. Okay. That's right then, is it? Looks about right. Okay, so does anything move? Can I make this its own layer? I can't remember. No. No. Well, I can just cut it from here. Does anything change when I hit cut? Yes. And what did you undo? The paste, so redo. Redo, I meant redo. No, I didn't mean redo. What? I don't understand what you've done. Oh, okay, fine. Guess I'll cut and paste it again, shall I? Right, there we go. Right, give me that. Copy that. Paste it there. Put it there. There. Right. Quite like to make that a layer, or its own layer. Can I do that? New layer via copy. Don't know what I'm doing. New layer via cut. Is that what I want? I think that's what I wanted. That's not visibility. That's visibility. That's the background. Amazing. What are you even? Okay, right. So you've right. I understand. Good. Good. Are we done? Okay, no, don't do that. Well, actually, you know what, you can. It doesn't really make any difference. Get lined up. There we go. Can I just do it myself? What if I say new layer via copy? Will that do something less mad? Tell you what, let's put it back so it doesn't affect anything underneath it, and then say new layer via copy. Okay. Now if I get rid of that, nothing happens. That gets rid of all that. Okay, so this guy is just its own thing now. Right. So now we can move you on top of here, except that I can't see the edge. I assume that's correct. And if we hide that, I don't understand why that background image moves. Unless it's just being drawn in the wrong place. Is it just that? It is certainly possible. Oh, hello. There's Jog. What are we doing? You're continuing the game. It's true. So yes, I'm making a registered version in large inverted commas with FMV and whatever other nonsense I can fit in. You know, whatever other nostalgic nonsense. But yes, mostly this morning we've been making it fit in 4 meg, which it does now. In fact, I think it was about 1.3 meg earlier, which is sadly big enough that... Sorry, my cat has just gone mental behind me. Excellent. Oh, I'm glad you're having fun, Nana. What was I going to say? Yes, we got it to fit into 1.3 meg, which sadly is not quite enough to fit on a 2 meg machine. FMV, yeah, so that's sort of what you can see at the beginning. What is it? Wrong. This is just a very... Oh, hang on. Oh, of course, the problem is it's gone and played before I can update OBS to tell it to look at the right window. Let's try it in 86 box instead. It looks a bit lumpier in 86 box, but you get the idea. Yeah, little intro animation there. That's just a block out, of course. That was just to test the codec. It'll be fun. Right, what am I doing? I can't remember. Oh, yes, I was wondering if, in fact, all this time, the middle of that image is being drawn in the wrong place. What's this tune? Oh, okay. Apparently it's Hollywood Poker Pro. I can say for certain that I've never played that, and yet somehow I feel like I recognise the music. How strange. Maybe it's like, is it Shadow of the Beast 3? One of the Shadow of the Beasts just nicked a tune out of Miami Vice. Maybe it's the same thing. Anyway. Box is disappearing, here we are. Box top left. I wonder if maybe... if those are not aligned to 4 pixel boundaries, the X coordinates, it might not draw right. Interesting. Although that does seem to be dialogue box size. Who decides that? And is it the actual size of a dialogue box, or is it bigger? Assume it's up here. On. No. Dialogue box size. It was there. 300 by 69. Where else does that get used? Draw box. Okay, so that would suggest that the actual box itself is that size as well. Oh, that's for the portrait frame. Let's just check what Drawbox does. Yeah. Yeah, there's no significant deviation from size, so that looks fairly accurate, which then poses the question, because I thought the reason the middle section between the two dialog boxes was wobbling was because it was being redrawn every frame, but in the wrong place. But it looks like we're not actually drawing it at all. So, depending what state you were in before you get to boxes disappearing, like we've seen, you might end up with text left over in there. That would explain why that's happening. Okay, well, that makes me feel a little bit better about just doing the slightly silly, just redraw the background if we're going into that state. There's probably other states we want to do that in. Indeed. How about all of them except not showing? Was it not showing at the end? It is, isn't it? No, maybe it's not. What's it called? What's it called? Showing. The very opposite of what I just said. Where's my cursor gone? There it is. If any other state, just redraw the background anyway. No, we're still not going to want to do that. Well, let's go ahead and do it and see what breaks. Let's see where else it breaks. Gosh, see what the time is. I shall have to finish this up in about 15 minutes, or Dora will probably try to eat me again. Right. We don't need screenshots, so we can do it in 86 blocks. This is a good tune as well. What's this one? Oh, of course it's Turrican. Should have known that. Right. Let's skip. Alright, skip some of that. Oh, it's all gone a bit peculiar. Yeah, I thought that was going to not really work. Yeah, so I think half of the testing here is confused by the fact that it depends exactly which states you skip over. Really shouldn't then, now that I'm drawing that image again. Let's try that again. Skip, 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 skip. I can't even skip to the same place anymore now. I mean, that looked fine though. Do you know what? I'm increasingly inclined, because this was written right at the last minute for the jam, the whole dialogue thing. And that's why it performs horribly and why it's full of bugs. So I'm increasingly tempted to just throw it away and start it again. Because the changes that I want to make to how it animates will involve rewriting like 70% of the code anyway. So I'm tempted to just throw it all out and just start from the beginning with the idea that it can't be double buffered. I think that might be less tedious. Yeah, I think I've convinced myself on that. So, Git. Let's revert. Well, in fact, we don't need that either. Screenshot, so we can get rid of that. Dialogue can go, the changes to video can go, the changes to briefing can go. Ditch them. Gone. Right. There we go, that all disappears. Let's get rid of all of that. Back to the to-do list. So, just rewrite it! Exclamation mark. Draw screws without transparency. Is they small enough no one cares? Can I do that quickly? Don't think so, but let's have a look. Oh yeah, I think they're in explosions, aren't they? Explosions ended up being the code for, I think, yeah, pretty much all the pickups. So it's not terribly sensibly called explosions, but it's fine. So yeah, well, this is where we spawn screws. So we're just grabbing, they're just going to be anim image thingies, aren't they? Yes. Screen data is a world sprite with a lifetime and a spawn time. And an image masked. Yeah, they sort of don't need to be. It would end up being a completely different type if we wanted to get rid of transparency. That would be a bit fiddly, actually. Okay, that's not something I can clean up in 5 minutes. So we're not doing that either. We can do that. That's nice and trivial. Going back from the restart game goes to the options menu. Since I can't remember what it was, but I added something to the menu for the slightly updated post-jam version, and it must be joystick related, and it's now screwed up the order of the menus. So let's have a look at that. It's going to be front end. Look. And you go to main, and what did it say? When you go back from restart game, it goes to options. So there's the restart game. New games we can start. Is in. Back to previous menu. So do we track the action for that? I think we do. Yep, it's definitely getting to dinner time because Dora's starting to climb on the computer again because she knows she's not allowed to do that. You little monster. You can't sit on that. That's a mouse pad. By definition, you can't sit on a mouse pad. I don't have any cat pads. What am I talking about? This lounge is mostly made of cat pads. Anyway. Front end, there it is. Oh, here we are. Right, I see. So if we were in options and we go back, we go to main. Otherwise, in all of the cases, we go to options. That ain't right. Should be. Let's get menu, context, current menu, equal, and a menu, whatever that was called. Okay, menu, daily new game, I think. She's now smacked the mouse onto the floor. Thanks, Dora. Doing my best to pretend I'm ignoring it. Right. Current menu. Oh, do you know what? Actually, we could just say all. You know. Menu, favorite, menu, game. Get rid of all of this. Equals option enabled. I don't even know what that does. Let's assume it's fine. That seems reasonable. Just assume it's fine. Everyone in DOSBox. Being flickery. Don't do that. Right, so yes, if we go into new and it says restart, when we go back, okay, that's now fine. And back from options is fine as well. Also good. Okay, we fixed a bug. Well done. Well done. Done all that. That's fixed. Okay, commit that. Commit that and that. Fixed back from new game. Yeah. Pressing all the wrong buttons, as usual. Oh, okay. Okay, I think we will leave it there, because otherwise Dora is going to destroy this flat. Busily kicking more things off the desk. So, yeah, thanks for hanging out today. It's been fun. I don't tend to schedule the dev streams because I'm never really sure when I'm going to do them. So Wednesday seems to work because I don't usually have client work on Wednesdays. So, yeah, if you're interested, I'll probably be doing this again on Wednesday. But I may well also be doing it before then. Who knows? So, yeah. I don't know about doing raids on a dev stream. Don't. You wait your turn. That was aimed at the cat, not you, Beam. Do you do raids? Do people doing dev streams do raids? I don't know. I suppose they do. I don't know if anybody's interested in raiding somewhere else. Let's have a look. Twitch has logged me out. Okay, thanks, Twitch. We know not friends anymore. Twitch. I mean, how can I not be logged into Twitch? I'm streaming on it. Yeah, they do. Oh, okay, cool. Log in, please. Oh, God. Authenticator apps. Oh, is this because I updated the OS? All right. Oh, God, which authenticator app is it? I don't know. Let's try that one. Twitch. Good guess. Copy that. Paste it there. Remember this device. Preferably for years. That would help. Okay, we've logged in now. Right. Where is the category? Browse. Software and game development. Is there anybody else doing DOS? Programming in assembly for the Game Boy. That sounds quite fun. How long have they been on? I really wish Twitch told you that without you having to click through. Because I have a terrible habit, as Jog can confirm, of raiding people as they're closing their streams down. Let's just have a look in here and see what's going on. Right. Seems reasonable. Oh, hang on, unless you were about to say you were about to finish. Apparently not. Sounded like the tone was going a bit, let's finish up, but I don't think they are. So, who is that? A statin Jan. Raid starting. Have I spelt that right? I have spelt that right. Okay. Clunk. There we go. Alright, so yeah. Thanks for hanging out today. And yeah, we'll maybe see you next week. Or earlier, or later. Because of course I am streaming. What am I streaming tomorrow? Oh, Simon the Sorcerer again. I've spontaneously started to do Simon the Sorcerer, so I'll be playing that tomorrow. And then otherwise, yes, doing dev at some other unspecified time. Right, thanks very much. I'm going to hit the button. Ta-ta!